Bienvenue. Yeah, obviously now we're I got my first thumbs down in Discord. Oh, I love it. Let's go. Oh, fuck. That shit's funny as hell. He ain't gonna like this one either. I don't like getting notifications when people tag in Discord. And why the fuck did you join a Discord, you dumb idiot? Oh, yes. All right, let's get into it. I got to jam a lot in the next 40 minutes. Oh, for fuck's sakes. It's not too bad, I'll tell you that. It's not too bad. The sun is up. The sun is up. All right. Let's actually see what it looks like race-wise. We got 16 horse fields now on Tuesday night. Talked about it last night a little bit, so this will be fun to I guess to try and find a winner. Majors are hard. Like the 16 and 20 horse fields are hard to figure out there, so we'll see if it's any easier for average average races. All right, race 1 went with 16, race 2 went with 8, race 3 11, race 5. Wait. No fucking way 2 races canceled. No fucking way 2 races canceled. I'm gonna be sick to I'm gonna throw up everywhere. A 90K claimer fucking canceled, and a 100K claimer canceled. Why are claiming races canceling? What's going on here? All right, well, thank fuck there's people coming on from 8. I guess they can stay until 9:30 now, since that's when the first race will go off. Well, shit. I went early anticipating that I would need to. Didn't need to. All right. Damn, that sucks. That actually hurts a little bit. That's just less money we have to win tonight. That's why it hurts. All right, let's get into the first race. Well, the second race, which is the first race. And it's we're back to our glory days now because for a couple tweaks that I had asked Bryce to send through to Richie. So race 2 is our normal A to S allowance, but the selection committee is supposed to be turned off, and it's supposed to be first come, first serve. And I had them stretch it out to 16 horses. I didn't think they were going to stretch all 8 races out or all 6 races for After Dark out to 16, but we'll take it. Obviously, it didn't matter for 2 of the races. We couldn't even get 4. So we'll see. But this race getting 16 is going to be interesting because obviously the last few weeks we've had trouble just enjoying this race in general because normally we would have A's, A pluses, S minuses, and S up the ladder. But because of the committee, it ended up turning into an S minus restricted stakes with like 2 A pluses. But this week a little different. This week we actually get a normal field of what this race was supposed to look like. Full of A pluses, A's, sprinkled in some S minuses and a couple S's. So we'll have some fun with this one. It's still the same, no matter what. Even though the field size is stretched out, the rule still applies. We're going to find the best A horse and we're going to target that one because they're carrying the least amount of weight in this race. Unless there's just like some crazy S minus where it doesn't really matter how much weight they carry, they can just win these races. But for this race, it's going to be target the A and hopefully profit. And purse is nice for this one now. $16K for the win. I threw one in there. I'm dead in the ditch. I just wanted to get one in there to see because there wasn't a race in the next, I think, like 22 hours. I wanted a cheap, shitty claimer. I couldn't find one, so I just threw this shitty S in. No chance in the world. Maybe gets 5th. Does 5th even get anything back? All right, 5th basically gets the entry back. Minus 700, so you lose $10 maybe. We'll take a 5th. We'll definitely take a 5th. Damn, I'm slightly tilted about races canceling. Won't let it stop us. All right. So let's jump into it. We'll start with the 1. The 1 is a 4-year-old with 0 win equity at 12 furlongs, but has been on the board 50% of the time at the distance. No wins, though. Carrying weight, hasn't carried 122, which is a specific race type. Has carried an extra pound. So these are the benchmarks. It's really whatever. 1 pound isn't going to compare to the 4 pounds that it carries, or 6 pounds it carries in this race. But with that said, it's really not a bad S. It's been running solid fleets the last handful of races: 74 times 3, 79, and 71. And his worst finish has been 4th. And he's coming off a benchmark. What benchmark? What number though? Benchmark 74. All right. Interesting. Again, with no win equity at the distance, it's going to be tough to trust it there. But because we have 16 horses in this race, the place and show pools are juiced up. So that doesn't look like a terrible play there. I imagine this has to be one of the better horses overall in the race. But again, it's carrying the 6 extra pounds. So we'll see. But the 1 could be in consideration for some like place and show sprinkles. The 2 Samu. Oh, that's funny. I know this mare. 369, 50% lifetime. 3 wins, 3 seconds, 3 shows, and 18 tries. 6 tries at 12 furlongs, 2 wins and 2 shows. Very good. 50% on soft, 2 wins, a second, and 2/3 in 10 tries. Highs is 74 and 76, averages 69 and 67. What is this one averaging? His average is 70 and 66. So they're both similar in their own way. The prefs are a little bit better, where it probably helps it out a little bit more here. Hasn't carried 120. On the form, we can't see any extra weight being carried. This is a world. Maybe Samu's an outside shot that can carry the weight and prosper. Sizzle, the 3, has 10 tries at 12 furlongs and is 50%. 2 wins, 3 seconds in a show, with a 79 high and a 71 average. That's pretty solid. On soft, 50% as well. 2 wins, 3 seconds, 3 shows, 79 high and a 70 average. He's been doing most of his damage in the claiming company, so not too far off from a regular allowance since the claiming race. I mean, most of these claiming races are full of S minuses and S's, so he's running against tougher fields. So it could work out. Has carried 120 once. Has he run in this race before? Yep. All right. 2 weeks ago, it looks like. Same conditions, just 10 furlongs instead of 12. Ended up running 7th and putting up a 74. Spicy Meatball won. Spicy Meatball is an S- as well, I believe. But I mean, we'll just go look, for instance, and basically cover what I was saying with it turning into yeah. So it's S- and A+ in this one. But yeah, Spicy Meatball is an S- and ended up winning this race. Sizzle was in here, ran bad. Who else? I don't know if anyone else is in there. Windburglar, Snoopy, no. Mo, what's going on? Welcome back. Sizzle could do something too. That's the thing. Like, we haven't gotten to the A's yet, but just from where we started and where we're at now, like, none of these horses are like extremely terrible. They've all got legs and they can run and hold their own, and they're given archetype races. The 4 is the first A we get to. 5 tries at 12, a win, a second, and a third with a high of 75. And at 75 is literally coming off its last race. All right, you're going to have to... I know there was some benchmark talk today in general. Four-horse fields are putting up 75s, and that shit don't make no sense. With that said, on soft track, not so hot, but it is a 3-star. That's kind of interesting. 3-star soft wants nothing to do with the soft track. No, Lincoln. Let me see how bad it was, because there were some A's that got in here. There's actually a handful of A's, so if it might not have. I want to see what the standards are now that we have an expanded field, and there's actually A's in the race. I want to see what kind of horses are getting no cert and booted from the race. Yeah, I just don't trust the 75. That's all. I'm gonna put it at that. Oh, your horse is in this race. Oh, I thought this meant you got your horse declined from race 2. All right, my bad. Now I'm back with it. Yeah, I'm not putting a lot of trust in that 75. I'm really not. Let me see. Let me see what it looks like. It's a 4-horse race. I'm not putting. You're not getting it from me. Yeah, you're not getting it from me. I understand it's an A. You beat 2 A+ and S-. S- with shitty preference, with 1 win and 50 tries, 0 for 17, 1 for 18. So please tell me why Please tell me why 75 is warranted against a race with a combined win total of 1. That's what we need to see. That's what I need to make sense. So taking that race out, this horse is worse than any of the horses we looked at prior. The fact that it gets the discount in weight might help it a little. Might. But even still, I don't think it does. This is just a whatever, eh? He's running 63 and 67. Man, what are we doing with the benchmark races? 58 makes sense. It's not too high. You shouldn't catch a lot of S minuses, but yeah, I'm off the 4. Coconut oil over 15 lifetime is what we look for. Race 1 and race 3 got canceled. So we have races 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and barely got race 6. What the f is going on? All right, I gotta switch these races out then. If they're not gonna fill, they're not gonna stay here. I'll take the graded stakes off and just leave the qualifiers and add a bunch of dumb shit, I guess. I don't know. Time to rework my schedule, I guess. We got 2 full fields for the qualifiers at the end of the night, so that's pretty juicy. Are you talking about race 5, Mo? Did you get in that one potentially? Perhaps, maybe. Liberty, what's going on, bud? Coconut oil is yet to find the winner circle. Flying Pineapple, this is you. The trend with RVA racing is we make our pick, the horses go in the gate, RVA racing shows up and says the name of his horse, and then that horse wins. That's normally happens. The other thing that normally happens is the 0 for 15s normally win. So that's 2 things that could happen tonight where this horse could finally get a win. It does have a second carrying 120 and a handicap, where the Flying Pineapple, which you're going to get to in a couple of horses, actually finished 3rd in that race. Carried 123 and it was a range allowance, but I can't put much in that. There's a trend of its mid 60 fleet figures all of a sudden spiking at the start of this season, and then settling back down again. So coconut oil, I don't think this is it. Coconut oil could get 2nd or 3rd. Could. I wouldn't take that away from it. I don't know if coconut oil can win this race. It'll be a long shot for a 2nd for sure. 3rd, I don't know. 3rd, anything could happen. Terry Cloth, the 6. Crown Royal Racing, 1 for 9 lifetime. 2 tries at 12 furlongs with 2 seconds and a high of 70, average 68. So let's check those. 20K claimer, all right. Was a full field. Benchmark 69, finished 2nd. And, all right, full fields. Any extra weight anywhere? No. I don't know that this S- is better than the first 3 horses we looked at, including the S. It's also a firm horse hitting the soft track for the first time. Ran on sloppy once and ran trailed the whole time. Yielding, no good. Yielding has a win. But this is soft. Pass on the 6. The Flying Pineapple. 2 for 52 lifetime. Sketch. That's sketch. 15 tries at 12. 2 wins, 3 seconds, and 4 thirds. It's not terrible. 0 for on soft, though, which is kind of a big deal in this race. But it is an A. It is getting a discount against half the field, if not more. I wouldn't discount it, but I don't know if I can get a win ticket on it. I'll tell you that. It's almost 50-50 on soft. It's missing one, but it's also missing the equity in the win place. So maybe the pineapple for like a show sprinkle. Maybe. The 8, Adriana RTS 1, 0 for 7 at 12 furlongs, 0 for 19 on soft. Pretty easy pass, methinks. Pretty easy pass. Kiss my 2Gs. Okay. 12 furlongs. It has 19 tries, 6 wins, and 3/3. So winner go home, basically. 1 for 6 on soft. Not stellar. There's also a 2-star firm. So probably, I mean, it's coming off a win. See, it's coming off a win in this exact allowance last night. So they put these back on the menu for the schedule. What kind of race was this? All right, so similar race. A few less S minuses. Jupiter Curls also finished second in that race last night, is in here as well. Before that, so this would have been a hat thrown against the wall scenario. It was 0 for 5 on soft and pick up its first win last night. The number's kind of low though, all things considered. I still don't know if I can put my trust in that. I might have to. No, I can't do it. Starhana, whatever. Pick a nice name. 12 tries at 12, 3 wins and a second. So 33% there. It is a 1-star firm, has 1 try on soft already. The soft did not end up how it planned. It was in an A+ max stakes. Trailed the entire time, essentially, past hiring foes, we'll say. Yeah, not gonna want to trust you here. Ran a handicap, carried 122, didn't like it too much. Ran 124, finished 4th. Carried 120, finished 4th. So 4th is his best place with weight on it. Not for me. Amur North. This is a good horse. 8 tries at the distance, 4 wins, a second and a third, 6 for 8. Soft, 3 starts, 0 wins, 2 seconds and a third. Horse is 15 for 20 lifetime. The only slide it has against it is it doesn't have a win on soft yet. But I don't think that bothers me too much. I don't think that's going to bother me too much. This horse is good. And put a big check mark. Big check mark next to the 11. 12, not going to spend too much time on it. It's mine. I put it in here because I wanted to put it in here, and there was no other race for it. This horse is dog shit. You have to be a fucking lunatic to put a wager anywhere in the win, place, or show column for this horse. That being said, if this horse wins tonight, I might give it all back. I might just raffle it all off because there's no way in hell that this horse should win this race. Next. 13 Wild Ride. This is an A. This is one of the other like semi-good A's, I guess. 17 starts lifetime, 4 wins and a second. So again, another 33%er. 4 tries at 12, 2 wins. 1 try on soft is a 3-star firm. Not going to give it too much consideration. Sentosa 1. 8 tries at the distance, 1-1-1 across the board, 0 for 11 with a couple seconds and thirds. Is coming off back-to-back wins and handicaps where it carried 2 pounds and 4 pounds more than it is here. and they're both on sloppy tracks. So the horse can win on sloppy, but it can't win on soft. That's the head scratcher. Also, one these carrying extra weight, and here it's carrying no weight. So there's a world that the 14 is actually live here. Live for the win for sure, but gets it, I don't know. Second and third, maybe. There's a lot of like potential second and third sprinkles in here. So far, I think I'm just going with the 11. Stick to my strategy. I don't mind a couple of the other horses early. There's no indication that they can carry the weight and succeed. So that's the only downfall. Jupiter Curls is one we saw earlier. Has a second in this allowance yesterday. So carried 118, ran second. Actually carried 118 twice previously, and has a second and a third in 2 tries. So can carry the weight. No biggie there. Has 1 second and 2 tries at the distance, and it's really over 5 on soft. Outside of the second, so yesterday must have been the anomaly day. So this horse was 0 for 4 on soft or on second. The horse that wins is 0 for 5 on soft and gets his first win. I'm not taking that to the bank. I'll leave it on the side of the street. Ikazawa, 4 starts at 12, a win, a second and a third, 6 tries on soft, 2 seconds at a third. So 50-50. Carried 118 once and has a second with a 71 fleet. Where was that at? 118. Carried 117. That was a benchmark, did no good. Carried 125, shit the bed. 123, shit the bed. 116. So it was way back when. It's a firm 1.5. Again, it is 50-50 on the track conditions, but it's not going to be it for me. I'm going to roll with the 11 in this race. I'm going to roll with the 11. I don't think the 1 is like, if you want to bank on the extra weight, it's a 6-pound differential. But I think if that's your thing, that's your thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. So I think the 1, the 2, and even the 3 are all live sprinkles, even though they're carrying the extra weight. But I am going to stick to my guns, and we're going to go with the 11. Early money is on Sizzle. It's only 1K, but no, never mind. We all just fucking crashed London Bridge at the same time. Good job, chat. This is why we need more people making wagers. So that way we don't just weigh down the pool one-sided. That's why we gotta make these calculated risks. So hopefully, I mean, we got a solid hour and 45 minutes. Let's do this. I know there's not a lot of people in here. Most of the people trickle in late. But if y'all don't mind, and you do have a Twitter, retweet this sumbitch. Tell your friends. Let's get more action. Or else we're gonna have things like this happening where we all end up on the same one. Yeah, Sizzle's something. I'll tell you that. Sizzle's definitely something. These aren't bad races, and they're all coming and claiming races against S's and S minuses. So he's putting up good numbers there. Like Samu, I don't mind either. He's 50-50 on the conditions, and he's right there on the distance. And it's the same thing with the 1. The only thing the 1 is lacking is the wins. Outside of that, it has the highest average for fleets at the distance and on the track condition. But again, my strategy will always stay the same. We will always ride the A in that one. All right, so race 1 was canceled. Race 2 we just finished up with. Race 3 is canceled. So we're going to race 4. God damn, I can't believe race is canceled. God damn. Satoshi, what's going on, bud? What's this motherfucker say? Gino thinks he knows more. That's the crazy thing. This is AI. AI thinks they're smarter than me. Also, Gino's unit size, I gotta know what it is. He might be the one that's crashing our pools. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it out loud. It obviously sounded in my head. I heard it afterwards. If that's the most disturbing thing that gets said on this stream, then I'll take it. What's going on out there? It's making so much noise. Per race? Or for the whole card? All right, race 2 is a grade 2, right turf on the slop. 6 furlongs. Jesus Christ, 8 units per race. I don't even know what my unit size is because I don't really use a unit size for horse racing. I only do it for sports gambling. So if I go to the races on a normal day, there's a world where I bet 5 across on a horse. There's a world I bet 50 across. It just depends how I'm feeling. Yeah, it's really weird IRL. I kind of do it the same way. I mean, it just varies. I don't know, it varies. No, because the max, I mean, what was last night? We put 2K on one of the horses. That's what, $20? No, 25 bucks. But the thing is, so like, that's the other thing. That's the other issue with like right now. With going to a racetrack is different because obviously our odds are going to be relatively more fair because there's thousands of people handicapping instead of maybe 30 of us. Maybe 30 of us, like maybe 50, maybe. Oh, I gotta shut the door. Give me a sec. Yeah, I don't know. It's a different animal in this one. We'll get started with this. The one is 0 for 11. Every ounce of internet just went out the shit door. Bear with me tonight, yo. Bear with me. Because of the stupid 80-30 conversion, use base. All right, that makes sense. Yes, new edition. Now we got red paint as a warning. Another Ofer, Monroe. Monroe's probably not going to get it done in this race, unfortunately. So I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Has one try at 6 furlongs, 9th out of 11. That's 2 tries, actually. Where's the other one? It has a second. It was a non-winners of 1 race. Yeah, Yeah, injury warning, great. Yeah, pass on the 2. Yashira, the 3, 10 starts lifetime, 3 wins, 2/3. So 50-50, that's what we like to see. 1 try at 6 furlongs with a win, put up a 76. 5 tries on the sloppy, a win in the 3rd. Where'd the 76 pick up 6 come from? It was a grade 1. Okay, so that's what we like to see if we're going to see it. It was a 4-horse field. This is a... Jesus Christ, there's a lot of red in here. This we got an 8-horse field, so it's not too much worse. The 4 Nota, 4 tries at the distance, a win, 2 seconds and a 3rd, so 100%. 3 tries on the sloppy, 2 seconds and a 3rd. All right, so the 4 is live. This is the Little Queenie race, it appears. Just coming off an S-Max victory the last time out. Hasn't really had any bad races outside of the first 2. Has lost to a few of the horses in here. Couscous, who we'll get to in a couple. Yeah, No Talk could be live. The 1 or the 4 could be live in this race. Move on to the 5, Brasilla's Boy. Won in the maiden first time out, fired back in a grade 2, finished 3rd in almost full field. Ran a 71, pretty solid. Gets back on a sloppy track. 5 could be live as well. Give me a second, chat. I'll be right back. Granddad, what's going on? What's up? What's up? What's up? No, I had to say hello to the spouse. She just got back from Virginia. No, the hat's gonna go flying at some point. The hat went flying before anyone got here because 2 races canceled. So I'm hoping to not have to throw my hat at all tonight. That would be fucking swell. But yeah, the 4 looks like we could be on the 4. Looks like we could be on the 4. Let's check the 5 as well. The 5 is not terrible. The 5 could also be live as well. Drop down to the 6, Couscous. Couscous ran last night? Or not? In R. Do I not have the banner up? Oh shit, my bad. Oh, the whole... Give me a second, because everything reset because I lost the fucking internet. I lost the internet outright. Not even like just like disconnecting a little bit. Outright lost it. Yeah, Ticker's back. Oh, this was the race that went off in the middle of the card yesterday. Yeah, fuck you, Couscous. Took our money from us there, so I'm not going back to that well. No, it is the horse. It is likely the horse of the course in this race. So it's really going to come down to the 4 or the 6 for me right now. Nocturnally is an S-. It's not terrible. 9 for 10 lifetime. A win and a 3rd at 2 tries at the distance. 4 wins on sloppy and a 3rd. The S- is the only part. Now you're running up in graded company with a slight advantage. Dynamite O, the winner of that race yesterday. actually picked up its first win on 6 furlongs, so that's not terrible. Well, I didn't like this horse yesterday in that race, obviously, because I picked Couscous. And that race isn't really going to sway my decision for today, as I'm probably not going to pick this horse again, even though it looks like it might win it. That's the only disadvantage, is we have the S plus against the rest. Ran 109.4. What? How fast have you run? Oh, you haven't run a graded stakes. That's the problem. You've also ran 109. 45, 44. This is fast. Damn. I gotta pick one of these bums that I don't like. This is the Otani filly. I think I'm going to swing at the 5 in this race. Nothing crazy because we only have the win pool only, but I think I'm going to swing at the 5. Can't fault anyone for trying elsewhere, but... I'll take the ticker real quick. Let me send the links out to... Come on. Alright, that's funny. Alright, ticker's on. Race 4 is covered. Race 5 we have 2 hours to get to, but we might just we'll run through it real quick. Ooh, this one's gonna be nice too. Alright, so we're gonna have to pick an A in this one. We've got just under 10 minutes until we get Mr.B, and I'll be joined by the commish as well for a little stable talk. Actually, let me get myself ready for that. Let me change clothes real quick. Mr.B's here now. I don't know if he's ready yet, but virtual background. Juliano, thank you. Welcome from YouTube. Welcome from YouTube land. Welcome from Twitch land. Let's do a quick scroll through on this one. Cloud Strife, good A+. 3 starts at the distance, a win a second. 4 starts on the conditions, a win in a second. Hasn't carried 118, but has carried 121 to success at 12 furlongs. So potentially have something with Cloud Strife. 2, nothing but bliss. It's an S-, 3 starts at the distance, a win in a third. 5 starts on soft, 2 wins in a third. Any extra weight? Never carried extra weight. Could be a hindering, could not be a hindering. McLovin, what's going on? Guy Stables, what's going on? Nothing but bliss could be there. Cedar Princess, our first A. Didn't really like 9 furlongs too much. Has a win at 8. But kind of not precarious, but it was on yielding. So we get it back on soft, but also didn't mind soft. Maybe it was too short. Cedar Princess might be one to keep an eye on. I am going a little fast through this one. I just want to get this race done before I get the peoples up. Carly Q hasn't tried 9 furlongs. Is coming off a win at 8 furlongs and non-winners in an allowance, a range allowance, 4-horse field. Carried 124. Don't know how much stock we're putting into that. The win at 8 shouldn't be an issue. What kind of race was it? What kind of field, rather? That's what I want to know. A's, A-. All right. Well, maybe. I don't know. There's a world. Let's see what else is in there. There has to be something better. All right. 5, never mind. Just kidding. 5, 0 for 5. Sorry, Viper. Hasn't tried 9 furlongs yet. Didn't like 11 too much. Didn't like 7 too much. Had a third at 11 in a 7-horse field. All right. Got on salt. Anything could happen with the weight cut. Anything could happen with the weight cut. Unfortunately, in this day and age, I will pass on the 5 for my ticket. Mima's. Damn, these are bad A's. Over 9. This race is bad. Someone has to win this race. Who is it going to be? Oh, my goodness. Sprinted, didn't like it. 7 furlongs, didn't like it. 11, 10 was fine. Will 9 matter? Will 9 matter? That's all I want to know. I don't know. Will 9 matter? Low battery to 7 out of D stables. 0 for 2 lifetime. All right. That's what we like to see. First try was at 7. Trailed the field the entire way. Came back at 9. Basically trailed the field the whole way. Not looking too hot here. Holy smokes. This is a bad race. Perla. Yeah, you just got to find the best horse in this race. I don't know who it is, though. I really can't. This is going to be... This is one we might scratch our head and go the opposite of the obvious. Third in the range allowance. Oh, never mind. I'm not yet. Range allowance. I get fucking maiden. It's a maiden. In a range maiden, it has a 3rd place finish. Other than that, it has nothing. Kintsukurai is actually coming off a win in the non-winners of 2 range allowance, where wired the field carrying 123. It's a 5-horse field with a 71, which is kind of high compared to every other fucking fleet figure it has on the board. Didn't like 9 furlongs, but has a win at 8. 2 wins at 8. Coincidentally enough, it's a soft horse, but both of his lifetime wins came on a fast track. I'll pass on the 9. Apple to apple. Apple to apple is the first thing I see that I kind of like. They kind of nailed the preference on the first race. 12 furlong seemed like it was way too far for it. It quit midway through, I guess we'll say. I don't mind anything about the rest of it. Granted, this wasn't maiden. I think that's still okay. This is probably the better A's that we've seen. And Unchained Sail is not going to do it for me. Could do it. Not going to do it for me. All right, so the 10. Cloud Stripe, an A+ could get it done here too. The 1 could get it done. The 1 could get it done. I'm going with the 10. I like going with the unknowns. I did it yesterday too with the first time starter and it backfired, but whatever. This one isn't a first time starter, it's just lightly raced. I'm gonna go with the the 10. Apples to apples. And then it's perfect. That's a perfect lead right into my 2 guests. Welcome, Commish, welcome, Mr.B.
What's up, boys?
Mr. B?
Oh, we got rugged already.
I guess so, yeah. I'm the one that's supposed to be having internet issues, not him. So I don't know what his excuse is. I just assume he has the fastest internet ever. First time meeting you, Commish. What's going on? Obviously, seen you around the community for a while. Just never had our paths cross.
Wow, but I've watched many times, sir.
I appreciate that. Hopefully I didn't say anything too mean.
No, and we've had a bunch of horses on the After Dark series. We just never really had a lot of success. But Dinga, my partner, I would bet he's probably one of the top handicappers in the game, and he loves watching these streams and picking up some wins. So I know he'll be watching tonight. See, only Chad will know this, but we noticed big spikes in certain races throughout the Monday and Tuesday cards. And a few months ago, I caught wind that he was a fan of the handicapping on the site. So I just assumed it was him making the big dumps, but I obviously appreciate those because sometimes they're on the horse that I don't think should be winning the race. So that gives us value on the other side. Yeah, for sure.
So definitely need handicappers like that, willing to dump like that.
Oh, look at Mr. B ruining the game. There he is.
Yes, there we are. One breed at a time. You know, I kind of feel misled, Doughboy. You said I was going to be on with like one of the sharpest minds in the game, and I figured it was like GVG or Stens. I didn't realize it was, or even Dinga. But now I get Commish.
You got not one of the sharpest minds. You got the sharpest mind.
I didn't say any of those words that you just said. That's slander, and we don't do that on this stream, sir. We don't slander. I did say you'd be on with a what would we call it? A marketing savant. Very good at marketing your product. I tell you that. That's one thing I do appreciate.
He's the best.
Very good at marketing your product.
You got to be good at something, I guess, or get lucky at something, I guess.
This is true.
Hey, Doughboy, let me offer some congratulations. I saw you guys won a big G1 last week.
Yeah, evidently it doesn't mean anything though. I was told that was not a race that was considered.
Yeah, it was an undercard.
A winnable race.
A prelim undercard.
Yeah, I guess
Stephen A. Stun said that, right?
Winning 2,000 USD is not a big thing anymore, so I just stay hushed up about it and let the big bags do the talking.
Wait, didn't Zook go to Game 7 to watch his team lose after that?
That was disgusting. I talked to him about. He was on yesterday. I talked to him a little bit about it, but it's crazy because he's not even like on sports fandom. It's Steelers over everything, and then Mets are at the bottom, and in between it's probably the Rangers after the Steelers, and then it's the Knicks. And I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, it's an experience, I guess. Honestly, it really is. But losing sucks. Losing definitely sucks when you spend that kind of money. But he had
Mr.
fun.
B, you're a Mets and Jets guy, right?
Unfortunately, yes. Mets, Jets, Islanders, kind of Knicks, but I was a Net fan way back in the day. And then when they sold Dr. J and moved to New Jersey, I became a Knicks fan. But I'm not a big fan of.
This is
I'm
like
old.
before back in the day.
Yeah. I saw them play in the ABA, Dr. J and the Nets. Yeah, so I saw them win an ABA title.
Listen, I'm old. I don't even know what the ABA is.
So what you're saying is you're old.
Yeah, I'm beyond old. I'm like a dinosaur.
Fair enough.
But,
Valid. What do you guys want to talk about?
Let's talk about Kamish actually buying a racing horse. I mean, I looked at that purchase. It's not a breeder. It's a fucking pure racer. And he spent like 10 grand to buy that. And I was like, wow, that is something that's totally out of the ordinary for Kamish. Usually he'll buy a nice broodmare to pair with his, numerous monster sires. And this one, I'm looking at it and I'm like, it's a great looking, foal to be a racer, but not a breeder. So I want to hear about this because that's really a change in what Commission's done. He's had good racers, but those are almost a byproduct of having a great breeding piece that turned into being a good racer. This was not purchased to be a great breeder. This was purchased to race. So let me hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're pretty much spot on. So, Charlie Chaplin, owned by Zedge, phenomenal horse, right? Half brother to Kingslayer. And he really set the tone for what I think Marilyn Monroe is going to be as a mother. There are certain mares out there who are just absolute killers. Holiday Bell is one in RDF owned by Blue Elder. He's put her to Benedict every season, and has just made monster after monster after monster. And I think Marilyn Monroe is going to be the LTS version of that. And we all know Agua is one of the best sires in the game, let alone an LTS. And so seeing Charlie, her first progeny, just take off and absolutely dominate the field, gives a lot of confidence that she would be an amazing mother. Now, the big difference between Charlie and Kingslayer is really one layer of the parents on the DNA side, right? So Pluto is the father of Charlie, right? And we got Space as the father of Kingslayer. And so, Mr. B, you're 100% correct in that the primary focus for this one was to race. But there is breeding value here as well, and we'll get to that in a second. So I believe Space and Marilyn are going to be the number one top sire, top female to breed an LTS. Right, so automatically that gives us a lot of confidence that this thing's going to do well. I think Charlie is already at about $1 million in positive Derby. 825. All right, so he's already up 10 grand, right? And he's 3.5 years old. So I think if this horse Kingslayer is even stronger, or even just as strong as Charlie, and we can get close to that number, that's going to be a win for us. All right, so even if I make 6 or 7, right, on the Derby side, I think that's a win for us. And then really where the long-term value on this piece is, and he's going to race. He'll probably race till 5 years old. We're going to burn him to the ground. But the key piece to this is an LTS, right? And for those of you who don't know, it's a very narrow diversity in DNA, right? Almost every horse has the ticket, the scuba, or the jockey. Literally almost everyone in some capacity. But one thing you do know is I'll say 99.9% of them all have at least one of them. At least one. And so when I look at Kingslayer, he's not going to be able to breed to any of them because he has all 3. Right? And so that's where Mr. B is saying this is not really a breeder because there's no fillies out there that are for him. So Doughboy, go back to my stable and look up a girl named Pearls. All right, and this is Mr. B where I'm playing 4D chess. Because you don't know, you're a really smart guy. You know this thing inside and out. But Pearls is a girl from us, from Oyster. She's LTS. We sent her to Ovation, gave her some juice. She's probably, and I haven't validated this, probably the only S piece, S filly, with nothing on the cards. And so guess who's going to go make love to my boy Kingslayer, Mr. B? It's going to be Pearls. And then I'm going to have a horse. I'm going to have an S plus LTS horse with nothing in the DNA, right? And so now I create a new bloodline. I reset the genetic diversity in LTS. And, he's not going to get a lot of love externally, but internally what he does for us is it opens up every path on the planet to reshape how LTS works.
But you could do that with another stud, right? So you don't need, your piece is probably a top one in terms of quality of the the genes in it. But there are plenty of other...
You're missing the point here. So go back to Kingslayer, Doughboy.
Uh-huh.
Look at where the PFPs are on Kingslayer. They're all gonna fall off. They're all gonna fall off next. Show me another S plus Colt where all the PFPs are gonna fall off next. You're not gonna show me that.
Okay, I haven't looked really. So yeah, that's where you're at a different level when it comes to the breeding stuff with me. I focus more on the racing, but it is my biggest flaw in the breeding is I haven't really been paying a lot of attention to when the PFPs drop off. I've always been like, okay, there's the 1-of-1s or the non-1-of-1s, and I've kind of kept them separate. But that's the next step in kind of figuring out the breeding is when these 1-of-1s start dropping off. The PFPs drop off first, and then the actual specific horses. So like at 99.25 at LTS, well, it doesn't really matter, right? So if you bred initially with Serenity Now, you can breed with Duppy or Perlino or Stenz's horse. It's one of the planets. I think it's Saturn is his LTS one. Is his 99.25 one. So and there are plenty of other ones that are close to that in terms of rarity. So you're fine there once the PFP drops off, and it's all right. You don't breed with Serenity Now if that's who you started with. You breed with one of the other ones, or vice versa. So because of that lack of genetic diversity within the 1-of-1s there, you have lots of choices once the PFPs drop off to just hit a different 1-of-1, right? I don't know that you have that same thing in the other archetypes. I don't see it like at RTS. There's plenty of 99.25s, but there's only 2 99.24s, and there were like no 99.23s, at least among the Gen Zeros. So, but at LTS, you have lots of options once the PFP drops off. That is my understanding of that. I think I figured that part out. But
so this is my thing, and this is what I want to confirm with you guys. Well, because you're so deep and you might even know. So. And this has been brought up in like the gameplay chat for weeks now. We've been talking about it on here off and on. But when is it safe to assume that inbreeding is done with this game? Because IRL, 4th and 5th generation, if you have a sire in 4th and in 5th, that is still considered inbreeding. And if the pictures falling off here make it that it's not inbreeding, then that's what I think a lot of people, I want to know for sure, because I still haven't gotten a direct answer from anyone on the team about it. But they've definitely been saying that once the profile pictures fall off, you don't have to worry about it. But if you look at it on the breed reports, they're on there as 5th generation as well.
All right, so here's how I describe it. All right, if you can see it, it counts. If you cannot see it, it does not count.
So counterpoint or counter argument, whatever that is. What I'm countering here is what I'm trying to say. So with that said, now last week I think we looked at one. We found an inbred that the profile pictures were not on the screen, but it was still penalized and 2 S's brought down to an A, I think it was. But the profile pictures are not on the screen. They're in the 5th generation, which again, in my eyes, is coming from the IRL world. That's still inbreeding. It's 5x5 inbreeding at that point.
Yeah,
but
the only other thing I can say then is you have to have 2 names then that are the same.
Yeah,
because remember, look, the 1st generation, right, in the breeding report is going to be the horse that you're on, right? So Kingslayer would be the 1st generation.
Let me see, because it actually has the visual on the bottom.
Okay.
But
You gonna show
mine
us?
won't go back far enough, but at least it'll have
Use
the
any
big-
breeding report for one of your mares, and then we can compare.
Doesn't want to work. All right, guess we're not going to work. All right. I guess third time heard me talking. They're not going to let anything work for me now. That's normally how it goes on here, unfortunately.
I've heard it explained the way Kamish has said it, and that makes sense to me. So if you can see it, then if you can't see it, it's not inbreeding.
Let me see. Yeah, see, I don't know that that's. I mean, whatever. You again, you guys have been doing this more than me. Obviously, Kamish is deeper into breeding than anyone, I guess, at this point, because the way he's talking. But that to me, it just still seems like.
All right, let me try to explain this one more time.
There's not a definite explanation to it. I'm trying to find this breed report without it. Trying to get it to work is what I'm trying to do. But go ahead.
So let me do this. So let's go back to Kingslayer real quick because it's cleaner when all the PFPs are in the same column. Right, and again, this is what it's one word, and this is what I was saying is different than you can't do it because it's the parent. Just do Maryland. Yeah, do Maryland and then go to the progeny. So the difference between Charlie and Kingslayer from a breeding standpoint is Charlie's next breed, the ticket stays on, right? It's still in the DNA, right? So he's limiting his gene pool of who he can target. Whereas Kingslayer will be able to, again, remove all PFPs from the board. So let me walk this through real quick. Right? So on the next breed, right? The next breed, Kingslayer would then be the father, right? And so in this breed, what you're seeing is Space Negrutin is the father, right? So if you just think about that, right? In this, if you just replace Space Negrutin now becomes Kingslayer, right? Then where it says Nightcrawler, that becomes Space Negrutin, right? So Space Negrutin becomes Kingslayer, Nightcrawler becomes Space Negrutin, and Delta V becomes Marilyn Monroe, right? And then on the right side, right where the ticket is, that becomes Nightcrawler. The headband girl becomes Delta V. The party hat guy becomes Agua Eclipse, and then party hat girl becomes Amumu. So all the PFPs are now off the board. They all got pushed.
Right, everything shifts to the right.
This shifts one over to the right, right? And so now, right, if let's say Kingslayer's son or daughter, whoever it is Lannister, right, as the name. If Lannister is now the horse you want to breed with, you don't have to worry about the PFPs. Now you just have to worry about Agua Eclipse, Amumu, Marilyn Monroe, right, and that way through. So what you're going to start to see is throughout the game, right, as the game evolves, you're never going to see PFPs, or you're going to rarely see PFPs. And a lot of people are going to try to get away from PFPs, right? They want to go deeper into the bloodlines, right, to build in more genetic diversity. And so, there's going to be strategies for that. There's going to be other strategies. And so I think there's multiple ways to play this, but the key point to understand is when you're thinking about breeding this horse, if you can see it, it counts. If you cannot see it, it does not count.
Right. So for this breed, the PFPs matter.
All count. They all count.
You see it. But for the next breed, everything's shifted over one to the right. So the PFPs drop off and just the named horses are there. So you could not breed with Agua Eclipse, but you could breed with Scuba Puff or whatever Stenz's one. Which planet is that? Mars,
Saturn.
maybe?
It's Saturn or Mars.
No,
yeah.
Saturn's a 9925. I think Mars is a 99.
It's a Scuba. Yeah. But yes, that's
either
correct.
way.
And so
one of Stenz's planets is the other one, and then there's the Silver Oak, which is the last one of one. I think that's Lacey's now.
There's
that's got much lower prep.
Yeah. So Doughboy, go back one more time. Let's just close this point home. Right. So I just showed you the father side, right? Because Kingslayer is the dad, right? And so all of these cards are going to move up. So the bottom part where it says the mare, right? If I did Pearls as an example, Pearls would now be the mom. Right, Pearls' father would be Ovation. Pearls' mother would be Oyster, and then who made Ovation? Who made Oyster? Right, and so that's where you get that difference in that next horse, where none of the
Right.
PFPs matter anymore.
So you would have, if that turns out to be an S plus, you would have a S plus with no PFPs on it at all.
Correct.
So yes, so in that case, you couldn't breed with Nightcrawler, but you could breed with any of the other.
I could do big balls if I wanted.
Yeah. Okay.
Still,
Yes. Here, I have a question for you, Kamish. Do you think that how much genetic diversity, or how much do you think you can gain by hitting a very similar horse? So let's say you did Serenity now, and now you're going to go back and hit Perlina. Okay. Another one, but it's a very similar, are those two like totally different horses, or do you think that there are minimal gains to be had by kind of going right back to the same PFP / Fine Filly combo, or a very similar one?
Listen, the game is not far enough yet where we can confidently say.
Oh, you can say anything with confidence. That's your specialty.
I like to use data, right? But here my hunch is, if I can hit Ticket over and over and over and over again, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go Nightcrawler. The second I can go to Big Balls, I'm going to do that. The second I can go to Pluto, I'm going to do that. Right? That's my approach, or our philosophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why deviate? Because we know Tickets have similar strength profiles. Why would I want to pivot and I'll go to Ziggy and make my distance runner now a sprinter? That doesn't make any sense to me. Right? I want to continue to emphasize that specific distance preference, or that specific genetic profile. To me, that makes the most sense. I don't see any reason why the game knows, oh, this was Scuba, now this is Scuba. Like, in theory, like, you're just building on top of what it already is. And so we actually have a few horses where we can do that. So if you want to go to like Americana Doughboy all the way up top, she's one of my favorite fillies. Mr.B, I think you saw her.
Is that the one of your horses I actually liked?
Yeah. Yes, I have a screenshot of you saying that. And so look here, right? So this was an LDF breed into an RDF breed, and then we totally threw a pivot into this and put Mars into this, right? So now I have a Mars LTF horse, right? This is a really nice outcome for us. She's with no stars, basically. She's podium like 70% of her races. And if you look at her star profile, right, she's 1-star L, half T, big F, or 1F, right? Most people think, oh, Americana, you're going to send her to like, Zedge's no 1 of 1 S plus horse, but that's not fun to us. Like that's too obvious, right? And so Americana, her first breed is most likely going to be an LDF. I'm going back to the Derby, right? So if I go back to the Derby now, all right, I'm one breed away from pushing that Scuba off, and now I can put Mars and I can put Pelennor in the same DNA sequence, right? Why wouldn't I want to do that? We know Pelennor is one of the best studs in the game, or even Apollo. Why wouldn't I want a Mars and an Apollo in the same genetic sequence? Right? You're getting credit for 2 Scubas in one. And oh, by the way, nobody in LDF has Mars. And so if I end up making a horse that people can breed to, I now have something that's super rare, super unique, and it doesn't interfere with anybody else's horses, right? And so when you think about making a breeding horse, right, or making a stud, you want to make a horse or genetic profile that the largest possible population of horses that can hit it. And so one of the problems that GVG has is he has these amazing horses. In RDF, he had just killer after killer after killer. And Doughboy, if you go to Khonsu, KHONSU, one of my favorite horses in the game. And this is a GVG horse. KHONSU. He is basically an SS minus. Okay, look at the race record, the stats. I mean, this horse is an absolute murderer. All right, and he probably just missed SS minus. Go to his ledger. Look how many breeds he's gotten. Like 6. Why would people not want to breed with one of the strongest horses in the game? And the reason why is go to the bloodline, and it has Primetime, it has Mustang Sally, it has Scuba. These are some of the most popular horses in RDF, or popular DNAs, and so his gene pool is significantly limited, right? Versus other horses that have more genetic diversity, right? And that's why Ovation was so good, because anybody could hit him. Kansu doesn't have that same luxury. Even Exoticus doesn't have that same luxury, right? He's a Benedict breed as well. And so, when you're thinking about playing in the breeding game, that's what you have to consider. How do you make something that's so different that you have a larger pool of people that can play with it? And so that's where we've had a lot of success in understanding that right off the bat. And so, that really comes down to putting names from other archetypes into different archetypes. And that's the best way to do it. Now, listen, and I think in a year from today, there's going to be so many bloodlines and so many different permutations of bloodlines that you're probably not going to have. Oh yeah, this is one of my boys. I love this one. You're probably not going to have the same problem, but for right now you do. And so that's the problem we're solving. Yeah, look at this breed. This is one of our favorite breeds. So Doughboy, go back down to that one. So this was an RTS, our diva girl. She's one of the best fillies in the game. And we sent her straight to Zion. Completely opposite preferences. And now we have this girl, Mad Queen, who pulled an SS Heart. I think there's like 3 or 4 fillies in the game who have that. Every breeding report she produces looks like a rock star. And we can send her anywhere, literally anywhere. And by the way, a Zion and a Jockey combo, who has that? Nobody has a Zion and a Jockey, right? And so Jockey is very rare in RDF. Zion is also rare in RDF. And so what did we do? We sent her to Kansu because why? Nobody else can do it, but we can do it because we were prepared to have somebody else make a great horse, right? And so that's also the key in breeding is I know I'm never going to make every great horse, so I'm going to have to buy some if I want to, or I'm going to have to make these super rare, crazy horses that can breed to these types of horses. And look at that roll. I mean, I got 2.5 D stars, and you get that because you get to play around with a lot of these, these crazy breeds. And listen, I'm not the only one who's doing this now, but I think we created the blueprint, right, for this in the article a year ago. And now a lot of people are starting to do some really cool stuff. But like this one, come on, this is like one of the baddest fillies in the game right now.
So I had a question for you about Mohawk. By the way, I do think that the way you guys approach breeding is
look at that one too, Doughboy. Look at the T star. That was a D, a half a D, and we got a full T. Who doesn't love that?
So Kamish.
Yeah, fire away. Yeah.
So someone like Mohawk, you have a cult though, right?
Yep.
So you don't have the greatest preferences, right?
Sure.
He's not necessarily better than the dad.
Mm-hmm.
So like, what do you do with, and if you get a filly, that's great. Then you can continue on.
Yeah,
so
that's
what do you do when you get a cult there?
Yeah, so we hit this breed again because we definitely want the filly. Happy to pay for it. So go back to that. Go back to the bloodline real quick, right? So think about what the community is doing, right? Everybody's got prime time. Everybody's got prime time. So what the community has been doing, right? Everybody's been making non-prime time stuff, right? And so here, all I need is one more breed, and I get prime time off the books. And now this thing is super rare, right? Mm-hmm. GVG has matriarch. GVD will never ever give up matriarch. I tried buying her a long time ago. He was like, "Go fly a kite." And so now you have something super rare, super unique. And listen, this horse is not going to be as strong as Kansu, but this thing's still going to be pretty good. It's got Zion DNA, it's got Diva DNA. Like these are winning horses. These are horses we know produce. And so, the more often you hit really good horses together, you increase your probability of being correct. And so the way to play this game, right, is to know if I want to be a breeder, I have to invest, I have to spend money, right? I'm spending over $10,000 a month every month breeding, right, trying to find people's best pieces. I'm bringing them into my house so I can use them correctly. If you want to play in this game, you have to be able to take risks and you have to be able to spend money. But the other way to play this is what I would argue is the way you play, Mr. B. You're like, Commish, you go crazy, you go spend your money, you go do all these crazy things. But when you make a horse I know I need, I'm going to use it, and then my filly I'm going to make a great horse off of that. Right? I think Peeb has said that to me before, and YSM, like they're LD, right? They know their lane. You guys do the crazy stuff. If you make something that we can utilize, great, we will do that. But we're going to stay in our lane and we're going to dominate. And look at YSM, they're doing phenomenal in LD. But anytime someone can bring something new in there that they can utilize, fantastic. And so we look at ourselves as a service, right? And so we're going to do all this experiments, we're going to spend the money, and then when we have something great, we're going to deliver it to you, and then you guys can benefit from that. And look at the horses that exist today. Like Benedict is an absolute super stud. It's one of the best studs in the game. Super stud. That's not mine. That's somebody else's. And so a lot of times that happens, and that's always going to happen, right? People are always going to usurp some of that value, and so you want to try to make as much as you can. And that's how we don't play in just RDF or just RT or just LD. We're literally trying to play everywhere because there's always going to be pockets of opportunity. What was that one, Doughboy, right there?
A massive stud in the house for a season just to keep the blood in your stable.
Yeah, so good question here for us, right? I would never want to keep a bloodline exclusive in my house, right? If it's exclusive in my house, I'm not getting paid on it. But what I will do is I will charge more that first season. If you want access to Ovation, you're gonna have to pay a premium in the first season because I can use them in LD, I can use them in LT, I can use them in RD and RT, which is what we did. And then after that, I'm gonna open them up and let you guys go crazy. Like I want to make money. You guys need it. Go ahead. But I definitely want that 1 season advantage. A 2 season advantage, in my opinion, is way too long, right? You kind of lose some of that novelty of that horse, and you want to maintain that novelty. And also, when you look at the ecosystem, I know that people like Big Brain have $1 million Derby. D Stables have, $1 million Crown. D Stables has 1.5 million Crown. There's a lot of big stables who are just pulling in $10,000, $15,000 a season just in staking rake. They're gonna have to spend that money somewhere, and they know, listen, if I spend $2 or $3 grand, I'll be ahead of everybody else after that. And so it's worthwhile for them to spend that much money if they know that they can use it, right? And again, it's really about how versatile is the stud.
Yeah. So to that point that Kamish just made, take a look, at Exoticus, right? So Blue Elder, Tom, they could have kept it in-house and bred it a few times themselves, but they actually said, you know what? If you want to pay up, I think it was $5K, right? Like US dollars to breed that first season. And I think GVG hit it. And maybe they had one other one.
Yeah, that's your customer, right? I know right. GVG is going to buy from me. I know Big Brain's going to buy from and that's when you get into the breeding world. Those are the people you're playing with, right, and competing against. Right. And GVG, he's just crushing the game right now.
You price it. If people want to pay, they can be in that first crop with you, and if they don't want to pay, then you keep it yourself. But you don't price it at like $1,000 the first season and have 35 covers. They're better off keeping it exclusive, and if you want to really get it, you pay, and then gradually you bring the price down. Commission's done a really good job with that. A rare misfire last season with Ovation, but it had sold out so quickly the season before at $80K. He raised it to 100, which is very unlike you. You almost never raise your prices, and then the market kind of tanked last season, so you kind of had it overpriced. But in general, you do a very good job of keeping a premium price on your horses and gradually bringing it down over the seasons. But you can't control the market. Sometimes the market just moves, and it is what it is.
Yeah. So we treat the studs like a consumer good, right? If you go to a store, you're gonna buy a shirt, right? It's full price. The first month, maybe the next month they mark it down, they mark it down, they mark it down, right? They want to clear out of that inventory. So we treat our studs kind of the same way, right? Like there's novelty, people want it, great. There's a lot of it. If you keep it the same price, they already have it. They probably don't want it again. But if you drop the price, people who couldn't afford it the first time may think they're getting a deal the second time. And so you try to, that's, in my opinion, that's how you maximize the value of a stud. Now, I will say this too, Mr. B, you're right. We definitely overpriced last season. We sold out too quickly the season before, and we actually did not use him at all because we're like, shit, like he's going to sell out. I'd rather just take the cash so we can build up a war chest versus, trying to breed in house. So we didn't get any ovations last season. I think this season we hit them like 3 or 4 times at a higher price. And where we did miss was, and this is totally my fault because this is my responsibility to the stable. There was a lot of ovation lights in the market, right? We had Drama King, you had Persistence, you had I think 1 or 2 others, at a lower price point. So of course they're going to chew into a lot of that, and that's opportunity for others where we make a mistake. And that's the cool part about the game is no one's ever going to bet 1,000. People are going to make mistakes, and then when those mistakes are made, or not even mistakes are made, but there's always going to be opportunities, right? You just got to be able to capitalize on those opportunities.
Right. You can't do it perfectly. You don't have a crystal ball to know how the market's going to be like. And, it wasn't like the world's biggest misfire. It's not like, you priced it at 4K or something.
No.
Sometimes the market just moves and you're like, okay. And then you have a choice. Do you want to lower the price? But then you deal with the fact that if you lower the price once the season started, then the people that paid more can get pissed off. And you might want to have a situation where you don't want to have people, because if they know you might lower the price and the next season they don't necessarily hit you because they're like, well, okay, well, if he's going to lower the price, why don't I wait? Or they did hit you and then they get pissed off. So, you can do it. It's not like you promised it was going to be that price for the whole season, but there's a risk in doing that. And if your strategy and your brand is such that you're not going to ever do that, then you're kind of stuck with whatever price you set at the beginning, and you'll rectify it the next season if need be.
Yeah,
but that all goes into
right?
your way of thinking when you do this, I'm assuming.
Yeah, listen, we've done so well in the game in general. If I make a mistake and I overprice something, I'm not gonna fix the price and try to squeeze more juice. Like if I take the L, I move on to next season, and then we assess the next season on what needs to happen. And same thing with Ovation, right? We never thought he would be this amazing, and so, do I need to make another $2,000 off him? No, right? If that means somebody else gets $500 in their stable because they got a breed, and somebody else gets 500, somebody else gets 500. To me, that's a better experience for the game, and we can kind of share, some of that love in that in the breeding arena.
But you made a point, and I think Sowers has talked about this too, is that in breeding, you really do kind of look for the different piece, and that's kind of where you've done a great job, and a different way of thinking about it. When I watched the episode with Sowers was on Stens when I think Stens used to stream. I can't remember. It's been so long. And they just talked about trying to find either leapfrogging and a breed and getting the best of that particular category, or your way of just getting something totally different, where you brought up GVG's horse, which is a monster horse, but it's very difficult to breed with. So you're limited number of horses that would be able to breed with that, at least at the price point at that level. I'm sure a bunch of A's and A pluses could breed with it, but it's going to be prohibitive.
Yeah, that's not worth it at that point.
So it's definitely like a different way of thinking, and obviously it's a little different when you're at the very top than if you have a particularly rare piece where you don't really have much pricing power, because people aren't going to pay much more than 4 or 8K for a breed there. So you have to kind of understand what the potential reward is for it. At the very top, the Ovation is a perfect example of the reward you can get for having a unique piece that pretty much everyone at RTF and RDF, can hit. So there will be other examples of that, but those are the ones that are like, oh my God. And when you talk about taking a risk, let's talk about Hollywood. You did everything right there. That was a brilliant. You have to take risks and you have to get lucky.
Yeah.
So you took a risk there. You played that hand perfectly, and it's almost like a poker hand, and someone hits a one-outer on the river, because that was a brilliant move, kind of paying for Serena there, right? You got what looked on paper to be the perfect breed. You got a cult. It was like 303 with an S plus, and then you got the stat reveal, and it was like, eh. And so far, its offspring had been like, eh. So not only did you take a chance, it looked like it was a perfect outcome. You got a cult, looked like a key breeding piece, and then it just didn't happen in the barn, if you will, or in the reveal. And you did another smart thing, is you're like, you know what? This isn't the piece we thought it was going to be. It doesn't really serve purpose for us. Sten's had much more use for it in his stable with his, plethora of RTF fillies. And you're like, okay, you'll sell it. So you kind of just cut bait with that one. But this is just an example. Not everything's going to be like Ovation where it works out perfectly. This one looked like, it was just brilliant, and it just didn't work out. But you take a big swing, and it didn't work out, and you're like, okay, you know what? This isn't the piece that we thought it was going to be. Let's put it into the hands of someone who can use it better than we can. So that was just an interesting breed for me. Just showing that you're willing to take the risk.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, Mr.B. So let's break this one down for the community, right? So when we think about genetic diversity, right? RTF did not have Primetime, did not have a Ziggy. And so Ding and I were like, ooh, wow, there's a huge opportunity there to bring in one of the strongest horses in the game in Hot Sauce, who's another super stud, to bring him over into RTF and make a great horse. And so I pinged Monkey Tennis. He hadn't bred Serena Stars like the last day of the breeding season. I'm like, dude, I'll offer you 10 grand for the womb. And he's like, all right, make it like 14 grand. And we're like, deal, let's do it. So I got Serena Star. We bred to Hot Sauce, and we got this result. And like you said, Mr.B, we were in heaven, right? We got 3 R's, we got 3 F's, we got the S plus. Like everything on paper at that time was like a dream come true. Where I think where we ended up missing on this is because the 3 no stars ended up being dirt and not turf. He got lost on a lot of filters, right? People didn't get to see that. And I also think people don't see the value in a pivot stud, where they see more value in a pivot filly. And so for us, like, I know the value, I know there's value there, but other people may not. And so we didn't get the same. I thought this guy was going to be like another $50,000 horse, to be honest. And we just didn't get that same demand. And so, Sten's, like you said, had more value. He approached us. He made an offer. I didn't even counter. I said, sure, this is what we can do for you. And you're right, the reveal wasn't as attractive as a lot of other S plus horses, right? Where you at least have one SS minus. And so that's like you said, you win some, you lose some. I don't think we lost in this. We probably ended up like a little over neutral. But yeah, this is one of my girls' celebrity. We sent drama to her, to Hollywood. So far, but celebrity is going to be another phenomenal female for us. And so look at this DNA, right? It's drama, it's churro, it's diva, it's Serena Star, right? So scroll up a little bit, Doughboy. I got one more breed to get prime time off here, right? And then I can go to Concert, I can go to Exoticus, I can go anywhere in RDF, right? And so you got to bounce back and forth. You really got to think like multi-generational breeding on how to navigate the DNA in the game.
My point wasn't even that. It was just you take a chance, and they all don't work out. Even when it looks like it's going to work out, it doesn't always.
Oh yeah, totally.
You got to take big swings, and in breeding, the payoff is what you would say asymmetrical, right? So if you get like a monster outlier like Ovation, the payoff is there. So you're willing to take big swings, and they're not all going to hit. But when it really does, the payoff is huge. And you can't really do that once again at the lower end of the market, because the best A+ breed you could possibly have, or an S- is only going to be so valuable.
Yep.
At this point, you're at S+ or SS-, or you're not going to really have any pricing power. People aren't going to pay big bucks for even the best S- breed.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just interesting how you kind of have to take the big chances, and they don't all work out.
Yeah, and let me add this on the Hollywood breed. Right? So this is where a lot of the community gets this wrong, and I love that they get it wrong because it's advantage for me. But like, you should not be scared of one of ones. Like, you should love one of ones. You just got to figure out where to put them, right? Where don't they exist, and then how do you inject that into that area, right? And so, here's another miss on my part.
When you say in that area, you mean in like an archetype they're not normally in. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like RTF doesn't have Ziggy, so we brought Ziggy to RTF. Right. Ziggy doesn't exist in LTS, right? Did somebody do that? Yeah, I think there's a couple of Ziggies, or like a version of a Ziggy in LTS, but not in a prominent way. And Lacey, she sent 2 of her LTS fillies to Exoticus to bring in Benedict, to bring in Primetime over to LTS. I love that. I mean, I think that's the type of risk you have to take if you really want to hit the upside. Now, personally, I wouldn't have done 2 to him. I would have only done 1 to him, because now you have two bloodlines that are the same, right? And you can't put them together. But if you do 2 different amazing colts like that and you can put them together, now you have 2 super rare bloodlines to create an even more rare bloodline.
Yeah, I don't have the balls to do stuff like that. I tend to kind of, if I'm right turf soft, I kind of stay right turf soft. If I'm going to be adventurous, I'll go to
firm,
right turf, firm.
Yeah.
Or but I just kind of take the best racers and try to make them better. If I get lucky and you get a breeding piece, great. But I guess it's a different way of looking at it. But I really don't have. I just don't think that way. I'm trying to when I listen to that Sowers one and I hear you talk, sometimes it does kind of like open my eyes. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I need to start, like, you just gotta sometimes have to think a different way. And I'm always like, I think I talked about this on the JG Web stream that time. Like, I think very linearly. I'm like, okay, this and this and this, and you kind of have to think outside the box or a little differently to come up with some of these unique breeding pieces that would have value to others. You just can't look about necessarily making the best horse. The best breeding horse is usually not necessarily going to be the best racing horse, because it's like a different market and you're trying to create something different. So,
yeah, and the word I would use, and you hit the nail on the head, the word I would use is, like, Ovation was not the best racehorse, and he's probably not even going to make the best racehorses. But what I would argue is Ovation is the most useful horse in the game, or at least was at that point in time. Right, so useful is different than best, and so when you can find things that are useful, right, that's where the value is.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, like, when I bred, she's the boss. Like, the best results I've gotten with her have been with Sol Invictus, right? Which is a perfect, like,
he's another
fit.
Super stud. What a amazing horse. Amazing horse.
Right. So, but like, that's a perfect fit with Sol Invictus, and those have been incredible racers. But I don't know if. No, that's not the one. That's the one with
it's
Angel in Her Eyes, and As Real As It Gets.
She's amazing.
This is the Ovation one.
Yeah, so we'll see how this one goes. But what's interesting though is, like, if I focus on racing and not worrying about, okay, I'm going to create a great breeding piece, then I created 2 monster racers. So it's kind of like what I'm better at is just like finding the best racers. And I don't have that skill set yet where I kind of think outside the box and create the best breeding piece. Now, it's not as easy with a 99-22, 99-23 RTF combo to kind of create unique breeding pieces, given those were the 2 1-of-1s that kind of started out at RTF. So it was a higher degree of difficulty.
Sure.
So like at RTF, the 2 best pieces were probably my filly and Serena
Rosalita.
Song. Oh no, I'm at RTF. I'm saying Serena Song is the best, probably most useful breeding
100%.
RTF filly, and she's the one was the best racing, RTF filly. So I have probably produced better racers than Serena Song, but Monkey has produced better or more interesting and more valuable sires using Serena's Song, because she's that non-1-of-1.
Yep.
Now, at this point, she's basically a 1-of-1 because
Sure.
she's in so many top bloodlines. But it's just an interesting thing. Like there's the racing angle, and then there's the breeding angle, and they're not necessarily the same.
No, and I think the racing meta is about to pick up right now. I don't want to say about it. I think it is picking up right now. You're seeing, a lot of race, like the purses are getting bigger, especially in the majors. There's gonna be a lot more value in racing, and I want to give Tom at Blue Elder a lot of credit because, they have this, they have Holiday Bell, one of the best broodmares in the game, and they've only bred her to Benedict like 7 seasons in a row, and he knows what he's got. He's got a winning pair. Like, why deviate? Why it's 2 L's? Why take risks? Why go elsewhere when I know I have a winner? And this is one that
I got a question for you on that. Do you think that certain combos themselves are just better than other combos?
100%. 100%. Yes.
So if you find a good combo, you that's kind of what I did this season. Given that I had such success with Sol Invictus and She's the Boss,
I would put them together 10 seasons in a row. I wouldn't.
Once I saw them on the racetrack, I'm like,
you're making
what
free
am I
money.
thinking about? This is like a no-brainer.
Yeah, you're making free money. You're winning majors, right? You just won the cup. Like in my opinion, that's the next breed, the next 7 seasons, until somebody makes a better filly than what you have. So I think a lot of people, and this is a really, really good point. There's a lot of great horses out there. A lot of great people have, they make their one great horse and they're like, yeah, I love this horse. Go repeat it. Go make that same horse again. Go make that same horse 4 or 5 times. People get too distracted by the shiny new object when they have a winner already. Like, go make that winner again. It's clear there's something there. Go do it. And so that for me is where we are about to get to, because we now finally have some fillies that we believe will be amazing horses. But if you already have one, again, I don't think it's rocket science. I think people overthink some of these things.
Now I see you looking at one of Eddie's horses there. I heard you going after Eddie.
Well, it's not even that. It's just you're talking about going back and don't break. If it's not broke, don't fix it. I think that's what Eddie's done with K2. I mean, you put K2 with a fucking peanut butter sandwich and you'll get a major winner. But he's done that where he's took his Gen Zeros back to back, same stud, same mare combo, and just produced winners. I mean, we did it with Serenity Now and Joey Porter Jr. We did it 5 seasons in a row, and we got a major winner out of it. There should have been another major winner in there, but I can't control how people run the horses. But yeah, if it ain't broke,
I got a question.
Shots fired.
Define a major is pretty much any win, right?
What's that?
Any
yeah,
race
claiming
you win
2000, that's a major
win,
winner.
right?
You know what I mean? Whatever. Count it. I do have someone else on the back burner waiting to come up, but before I do that, since we took a nice chunk of time on that first question, I'm going to group 2 together here from Granddaddy and Mo Mess. Basically, Granddaddy wants to ask you about breeding up and starting with an A filly, and Mo's coming out of the same thing, essentially coming from an A or an A plus, even S minus. Is it possible to ever compete in grade 3, 2s, or 1s, or are we breeding to stay mid stakes our entire lives without breaking the bank and spending $5 to $10K a month? So basically, a slow breed up, or the stack A to S minus, get like an A plus, take that to S, and like speed stack, or
Yeah. What was that first question again?
How would you go about breeding up if you were starting with an A filly?
Yeah, so this really goes back to like, what is your goal, right? Do you want to make good racers, or are you trying to compete in the breeding game? And so there's two different answers there. If I'm starting with an A filly, you just have to play the long game, right? You got to think like, if I'm going to compete in the breeding arena with an A filly, it's going to take me a year or more to get there, and that's okay. This game is going to be around, in my opinion, will be around for a decade or two. So if you want to play that game, just have the patience and you'll get there. And one of my horses, Usurper, is the perfect example of that. And I know Mr. B wants to talk about the horse, so maybe we can do that. The other way, though, is, and again, I love one of one blood, but use it strategically. If you want to make a great horse and you're an A filly, go breed to, like, let's say you're LDS and you got an A filly. Go breed to General Duke. Go breed to Loggerhead. Because if you get an A+, if you get an S-, and you have this one-on-one blood in there, the majority of your competition does not. And we know time and time again, the data proves that if you have one-on-one blood in your DNA, more often than not, you will have a good racehorse. So if I have one-on-one blood in a A horse or an A+ horse or an S-, the odds are in my favor of having a really good horse. So again, depends on what your goals are. A filly, if you want to make a great racer, I would absolutely go to one of the Gen 0 one-of-one studs, no question about it. I love Gen 0 studs. They're my favorite to breed to. If you look at some of my top horses, they're all Gen 0 bred, multi-Gen 0 bred, even Usurper. It's at the top. And then, again, if you want to play in the breeding game, if you're in the A's, like, you don't need to be diverse right away. You just need to be diverse at the top, right? So you can work your way up literally, right? Try to find some good studs, right, that have winning DNA. And then you can get to some of the crazier stuff once you get to the top. It should be the last S+, Doughboy. I don't know why he's not there.
This is also the retired.
Oh yeah, he's.
I was just scrolling through the stock.
Can I show you one thing before? Take a look at Champagne Fever.
No, you do Intelligence. Do the one that Monkey Tennis just bought.
I was going to do an A to an S that actually won championships from an A horse in one generation.
Yeah, Champagne Fever, great example. All right, so add that one in. Champagne Fever. I hated this horse.
Well,
because I had a good horse. I forget who he was competing against at the time.
At least you didn't sell it.
I had the Independent George was mine. State Trooper is mine. I sold the mare. And not to Fairhaven. I think Fairhaven bought the mare later. And so I started. What was State Trooper? Is it an A-?
A.
State
No, I
Trooper's
started with an A-, first generation to an A. Then the A filly bred with Walter White.
A Gen 0 stud. A Gen 0 stud. My favorite. One of one. My favorite.
And then look at this horse. This horse won. Like, I don't think it won the major, but it was dominant. It was beating my.
This is a top 20 horse, I think. I think it's a top 25 horse all time.
It's the highest earning right turf horse of all time.
Yeah, this is one of the best horses ever. From an A, mare.
From an A- to an A, bred once with a 1-on-1. Now that's an unusual.
There you go. You just had the Artemis right there.
Yeah.
He did not win the Artemis.
No, a little bit lower. There it is.
Yeah, he didn't do well in the Artemis, but that horse was a killer.
Unbelievable horse.
So it can happen. It's not going to happen that often, but it can happen. And even if that's an S-, then the next breed you could easily jump to an S or an S+. You're going to have to get lucky, but it's not, it's not that hard. And if you want a racer, now this horse is not going to be a great breeding horse.
Nope.
Doesn't have a huge breeding value, but if you're looking for racing, like Kamish said, you hit a 1-on-1, you jump up, and it's not easy, but it's not impossible.
No, check the ledger on that. What's the total on that?
It's done pretty well in the breed barn. It's only in 2 seasons. The second season was this season. First crop, it had almost a sellout.
Yeah, I mean, he made like 12 excellent horse on that breed. But again, like
I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's useless. I'm just saying, what is his pricing power?
It's
min breed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that goes back to my point. This is the perfect example of what I just said. You take your A and you breed it to a 1-of-1 in the same archetype, and this one ended up out kicking its coverage and hitting an S. But imagine this thing was A+ or S-. It should dominate its competition anyway. So again, I think things are a lot easier, right? Think about it in real life. If you have a horse, you want to breed to the best horse. You want to breed to an average horse. You don't want to breed to a different horse. You want to breed to the dud that you own in your own stable if it's not that good. Just spend the money to a good horse, and you're going to get more often than not, you'll get a good horse back. And this is literally what I just described, and a perfect example. And I love Gen Zeros. Go to Usurper, right? And so this is what I wanted to say about this horse. So go back all the way to the bottom, right? So Supima is my Gen Zero filly. I sent her to Churro, right? Gen Zero stud. I sent her to OEB, Gen Zero stud. I sent her to Agua, Gen Zero stud. And now I have the rarest LTS scuba only stud in the game. This one should sell out in a minute if I price it correctly. But again, this is Gen Zero, Gen Zero, Gen Zero. Don't overthink it. There are great studs in the barn. They carry a high win probability, and just find the ones that do well, right? Find the ones that are excellent, right? This is 101 to non-101, but really rare to back to 101. And again, I'm not scared of 101. But I'm just using it in the proper way, right? And then again, going back to what we were talking about in the beginning of the show. So just scroll down a little bit, Doughboy. Supima was LTS. Right, she was LTS. I bred her to RTS. Right, and look at the stars. I got an LTS. Then I bred to LDS. Right, low D. Right, so, and then I ended up getting Cascade, which held the T barely. And then I sent her to Agua, and then you go back to LTS. So that was LTS to RTS to LDS back to LTS. So it's crossbreed, and you end up back where you started. And that's how you can play that game at the top. And the way we look at it is the stars are just a puzzle, right? So try to breed the stars in a way that you can manipulate them to be in your favor. And a really good example of this is Soulmates. He's been pounding away at LTF since the beginning of the game. He actually made one that I absolutely love. It's like full of like Alcyone or something like that. It's like six stars, S plus Colt. You're not going to find it. You just have to go to a stable. But just like filter on LTF or something.
Jesus Christ, so many fucking
I know he's got a billion horses. But he played the puzzle game of the stars, right? He just kept smashing them together, and eventually you're going to do F instead of soft. And eventually you're going to get something that you want to hit. That top one right there. Right, this thing, like, it took him forever to make this horse. Right, and not just in this bloodline, but he's done hundreds of LTF breeds, and he smashed 101 together, 101 together, 101 together, and now look, he's got an LTF horse, and this thing is going to print. People are going to breed with this thing all day. Now the problem for him is
you actually count that. I want to jump in. You count that as an LTF. It's zero firm. Nobody has a firm to keep it firm. Why are you counting that as a true LTF?
That's my question.
Wait, what do you mean?
I agree.
No one has a firm to keep it for him.
There's no fillies that are like more than a 1-star firm. You put it with a 0-star firm, like you're not really making an LTF with this colt.
All right, so keep this open.
You're gonna have to hit it with LDs though, right?
Yeah, so keep this open. Doughboy, go back to the search. Here, just stay in my stable. Go to Twist. Look for Twist, right? And this is, again, I'm not the only one who has a horse like this. Other people have horses like this. Look at the stars on this, right? Again, this is a puzzle game. You have L, I have 1D, and I have all F. I breed that to his horse, and now I have a 2-2-2 LTF. I mean, that's probably the sexiest LTF stud in the game, because now I can bring F into LT. Right? And look, this is Ovation. And so I said earlier, like, Ovation was the most useful horse, because I can bring that star dynamic elsewhere in the game, and so that's how that works. And
but I guess my question is it that much rarer than an LTS that has a half-star S? Because there's hundreds of those.
What do you mean? Is it rare?
So an LTS that has 33.5 on S, it's not really that much.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's the difference. The difference is marginal, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's marginal, but at the highest ends of the game, you're looking for that 1% edge. And just like he's got another one too, I forget the name of it, where he got a stupid roll on the stars, and I would take my chances on the F over the S every day of the week. And so again, you're not gonna get it right every time. But if I have a horse now that has firm, maybe it's a recessive gene on his side, and it stays firm on my side, that's a huge win. So I would definitely take this as an opportunity to breed to his horse over somebody that has an S. Now he's going to run into some trouble here too, because LT has all ticket, all scuba, right? Like how many people have, and then he's also got scuba puff, right? So like a lot of these are very common names, and you have to set yourself up, right, to be prepared if somebody else makes a really good stud.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I'm going to use one of my horses as an example, because we've been playing this game since day one. How do we set ourselves up in the event somebody else makes something amazing? And that's the Americana horse that we looked at earlier. She's scuba only LTF. And she's got prime time, and she's got Lucy Juice. Nobody's got that in LT, right? So now I can put that with this, and then maybe we can make the best LTF horse that can push the scuba off the table. And now I have, a different version of this. So breeding is not just how can I make a stud, it's also how can I make unique fillies that can then breed to somebody else's unique stud to make something even more unique, right? It's both ends of that spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting how certain pieces don't necessarily make great racers, but
listen, Stens, all I know is my stable. I can't speak to other people's stables. I don't know all their horses, but it's easy to use these as examples.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting how certain pieces are like really useful breeding pieces, but are not great racing pieces. And that those are the ones that are like, 1, 2.5, like the one you just showed, where you're kind of switching preferences. And then you can bring that like whole bloodline and other 1-on-1s into an archetype I might not be in. So those are interesting. And LTS is going to be, you were the first one to maybe get there, but there's going to be a lot of other horses kind of going into there from other archetypes.
Yeah, that should have been happening from the beginning. I would even say Eddie had totally fumbled an opportunity having like 7 of the best pieces and not bringing in unique blood earlier. Like I should have never been the first one to do that.
Shout out Mr.B.
Yeah,
catch up with chat. Y'all talk too much sometimes. I haven't been playing the gavel card, so I'm just letting you go. But I want to catch up with chat here. But yeah, Mr. B had dinner with someone's friends. Good guy, Mr. B.
Well, no, they're both in the game. In fact, Given is like, he came in like a house of fire.
Oh yeah, Given. Yeah, all right. I know Given. All right,
and
so yeah, Mr. B
he wins the handicapping contest like every week. The one, so you should have him on the show to do handicapping.
I'll have you know that I also won a free horse. Thank you very much. I'll just let you know.
I'm saying he should be on your show because he's a great real life handicapper.
Yeah, that entitles me doing work. The only reason this happened today was because Kamish messaged me and then I messaged you, and then that's how we got here.
Okay.
All right, I'm scrolling through chat to make sure. All right, Consult had a question about his SS minus, but I'm pretty sure you answered that along the way with whether or not keeping in house or putting it out to the public. It looked like he got caught up.
I think he should send that horse back to me.
RBA says, who needs to pay top dollar anyway? That makes sense. Say it to his face. You're here now.
Listen, let me say this too. Like SS minuses, they're obviously very strong, but they're not going to be as useful as Ovation was at the time. So they're never going to overtake. Ovation, in my opinion, was a total unicorn. I didn't even know, Vijay and I, neither of us knew that he was going to be that much of a unicorn. And so I just don't think that that's going to be repeated anytime soon.
No, yeah, I had it pegged for the same use cases as you did. I knew he'd be more important at dirt than he would be at turf, but you never knew he was going to have the role that he did. So he could have had, like you said, he could have had the Hollywood role where it was
exactly
2 non-complimentary stats, and that was it. So it was a gamble.
Follow up on the A breed, the starting in the mid tiers, but yeah, it is doable. BD has competed in the top level starting from the bottom. So if you're willing to play basically 3D chess, aka the long game, it will pay off at some point. It's just you have to have patience because it's every 3 months you can only find out about whether or not the piece that you put together 2 months prior is going to work out or not. So it's definitely one of my favorite things about the game too. There's just so many variables and what could go right, what could go wrong. Like I had an A that I bred to an S and it rolled up to an S and it's complete dog water. Whereas we just looked at an A that bred to an S, rolled up S, and made millions. So, you know, it's possible, but you just have to you just have to hope it works out. You get the right roll on that side.
Yeah, the other thing I would add is I think you need to know which one, like what do the one-of-ones do, right? And we know Ziggy is a sprinter. And we know Ticket is long distance. Like I'm not putting Ziggy and Ticket together. Like that they compete against each other. So I wouldn't do that. Now we know that, and just by LTS alone, Jockey and Ticket make amazing horses. We know Scuba and Ticket make amazing horses. We know Jockey and Scuba make amazing horses. Why? Like those three is like a nice rotation. You can figure that out. You stay in those, like in that arena, and more often than, or not more often than not, but eventually probably is gonna be on your side and you're gonna get a nice horse. Astro is very dynamic, right? Astro works with Ziggy. Astro works with Scuba. We've seen Astro work with Ticket. I haven't really seen too much Astro Jockey. Maybe someone's got a nice use case there, but you have to look at the other horses that are really good. Like just go to the leaderboard. Like what is their construction, and how do I replicate that? Like how do I don't have to like reinvent the wheel. Right? Those horses are long gone. Let me just redo what they did. And like, you know, listen, we're a year in the game and there's not a single SS minus racing. Like we're still at S plus. So you can absolutely use the horses of yesterday to make the good horses, you know, for tomorrow. And what the last argument I would make is, if you look at the top 50 leaderboard, just look at those horses and look who the sires are, and just breed to those sires. It's Pasture Ass, it's Agua Eclipse, it's Primetime, it's Walter White, it's Big Balls, right? It's Perlino. These things are not rocket science to find a really nice horse or to make a really nice horse from any grade. And I would even argue the lower the grade you are, the more advantage you have breeding to an S Gen 0. I didn't get to read that.
So I'm just trolling Stens because Stens is trolling.
I actually would disagree with a lot of what you just said, Kamish, which is what makes this game fun. I think looking at the leaderboard is a terrible way to pick your sire because those horses are racing in a completely different time.
That's a fair point.
LT might as well have its own leaderboard because they don't have to worry about weather, and they had no fillies that were at the top at all, right? So, like Sapina was like probably the 5th best filly at LTS, and it was S minus, right? So you didn't have anything. So Eddie's Monsters from K2 were just dominated, right? So like that leaderboard means nothing to me because it was a completely different game 8 months ago. We had a seasons plural of S's beating up on B horses in $400 races because Crown paid for their entry, right? The game was completely different, and I think the leaderboard is a horrible reflection of what could happen in the future. Now, I'm not saying those horses are bad sires. I just wouldn't say that there's a correlation between these horses made the most and can complete that in the future. I also think that breeding is completely has enough variation in it that you can combine a Ziggy and a Ticket and make a good horse, because we've seen it in other archetypes where it wasn't as defined, like RTF and RTS. We've seen Walter White make sprinters that started off 9-0, right? And he was a long distance horse. Like we've seen it where other combinations of these you just hit wicks. Like I think breeding is a volume game. I don't think it's much more than that when it comes to hitting wicks. So it's actually interesting because we both are playing the same game for the last year and have a lot of different opinions on a lot of what you just said. So that I just found that interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying you're wrong and I'm right. I'm just saying I think that we're still so much in a discovery game that like you can't, you just kind of have to go with what you're feeling, and we'll see.
Yeah, and listen, you're definitely correct, right? Horses can absolutely wick and produce something that they shouldn't, right? And there's like value in Ziggy being a stamina or finisher. But again, I'm talking just how do I get the probabilities in my favor, right? Because I don't know what the outcome's going to be. I want the probabilities in my favor. It's much more likely that a ticket is going to give me a stamina finish horse than it is a sprinter horse, right? That's the outlier. Can outliers exist? Absolutely. Do outliers have value? Absolutely. I'm not saying they don't, but you can't rely on that, right? So I'm saying,
yeah, in your box and whisker supply, yeah, your boxes are gonna definitely represent what the sire was good at. That's fair.
But to your point, also, you're going back. I'm going to defend Eddie somewhat here. Eddie was just banking Crown and banking Derby season after season, and he likes to race. So, I've had seasons where I'm like, okay, I retired She's the Boss after my her 2-year-old season because I was like, oh, she's super valuable, okay? And then I was kind of in the wilderness for seasons without having like a dominant racer again, and until this last season or so. So one, it's fun having like a great racing horse. I mean, it just makes the game much more fun when you're winning.
Winning is great.
And two, if you look at the leaderboard that RBA, JJ just kind of showed you in terms of maybe not rely on that, who are the top 5 horses on there? They're all Eddie's LTS horses. So yeah, maybe he doesn't have the same lead and he sacrificed some of his advantage, but he also benefited from it. I mean, look at that. Look at those leaders. Eddie. I mean,
he's
got a 8-year-old horse who's still winning races. I don't even know how. My horses fall off at like 4. At 5, Eddie's 8-year-olds are just dominant. So if you've got great horses and you like racing and you're winning, race them. So yeah, maybe
totally.
He made a little bit of a sacrifice long term, but he benefited tremendously financially and in terms of having fun by racing these horses.
100%. I will never disagree with that. It's just the LTS hasn't moved forward the same way other archetypes have.
Correct. No, so the point is there's always a trade-off. So if you think strictly long-term, you kind of come like a machine and you just retire the horses the second, okay, I can get this next piece. I'm going to go to the next level. And you're always trying to get to the best. And you sacrifice some of the fun of the game, and you sacrifice the profits you can make racing. I know when I talk to like Wolof sometimes is like, well, I got a great filly, and I'm amazed he keeps on racing him, but he likes racing.
He's one of the best racers in the game, hands down.
So it's not a simple thing as so-and-so fumbled it. It's like it's a trade-off, and maybe he could have balanced it differently, but it's a trade-off between fun, profit, in the here and now, and then kind of trying to build for the long term. So it's not a simple like, well, this is what you should do. You need to decide kind of what appeals to you and what you kind of want out of the game. Just like when someone has a question about breeding, you're like, well, it depends on what your goals are. Well, if your goal is to have fun and to win a shit ton of races, now and to make, tremendous amount of Crown. I mean, Eddie was doing it when Crown was at its peak, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's hard to criticize that when you look at the leaderboard and you see the top five horses are his stable. So I get what you're saying. There's a balance between like longer term, and yeah, maybe he left you an opportunity to come after him, but I don't think he's a pushover by any stretch. So we'll see. And there's other good players at LTS as well. I mean, the Stables has that track phantom. I can't wait for them to fucking retire that horse. She fucking just beats me like a drum. But it'd be nice to see you in the game and I really am looking forward to seeing you race and seeing what you can do as a racer. And and I make fun of YSM a lot, but they're starting to kind of race a lot more too, and they've become a really good racing stable now. And I can't wait to say that about you.
Yeah, that's that. The game is shifting, right? You have to be able to pivot and be flexible around what the meta is, and
So with you said the racing meta is probably taking shape now, and it's become more and more important. Is there any chance that Usurper races a 3-year-old season or no?
No, definitely.
Yeah.
If we had if in a dream world, Usurper wins the Gallop, and Kingslayer wins the Cup
Yeah, because I mean,
in the same season,
purses are going up,
back to back,
and
baby.
definitely at that archetype, like there's like you said, it's not moved as forward as all the others. So there's a chance that horse could win, 12 times in a 2-year-old season. It's like, how do you retire that horse?
No, exactly. Yeah, if we, so Usurper is the third breed that we did that breed 3 times in a row to try to get that colt. The first one was Tantrum. She's pretty solid right now. She's got a couple wins. She's not an S plus, and so that gives us a lot of confidence that Usurper should be pretty strong. And so if that's the case, we definitely want to win the cups. And like you said, these purses are 10 grand now. Are they going to be 12 grand? By the 3-year-old season? Like, that's not chump change anymore, right? We're not racing for 3 grand. We're not racing for 4. And sorry, you're not racing for 40% of 3 grand, 40% of 3 grand. Now you're racing for 40% of 10, 12, maybe 15 grand. That's not chump change anymore, right? And so if you can hit that, and then pivot to the breeding season, again, I think that's where the game is starting to materialize. And when the game is small and you have a small population, right, and you need to grow, it's all about breeding. But as you have all this diversity now, you have all these different bloodlines, you have all these different stables, it's going to be hard to stand out in breeding. And so the way you do that now is to win, and or at least that's the way we look at it. But yeah, no, it's a 90% chance that he races his 3-year-old season.
Chat question. Obviously.
Yeah, I wish I would have caught on to that a little earlier. 2 seasons ago, I had maybe my best crop of like racing fillies, and I retired them like I had all the other seasons prior, and I definitely wish I would have kept them around to race.
Yeah, Dingo
with you.
Dingo will always be with me. That is my right-hand man.
Yeah, the question is whether Commish will still be with Dingo, not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've had plenty of conversations where he's made enough money, he could start his own stable and be like, go kick rocks, Commish. But I always dangle it over his head that you're gonna be playing catch up. Like, you taught me everything you know, so it's not gonna be that easy to leave me. But no, he's super loyal. We're really good friends, and we just complement each other so well. I do the things he doesn't want to do. He does the things I don't want to do. There's really no reason for us to leave each other.
It's a perfect partnership.
So Dingo's not going to be in charge of marketing anytime soon?
No, definitely not. And I definitely will never be in charge of looking through the schedule anytime soon.
Probably save.
That's the best part of your deal.
Vanity points, honestly. If you don't have to look at that thing.
Wait, go back one thing. I just saw something interesting there.
What's interesting?
Oh, top owner. Oh, okay. Go ahead. You can.
That's yesterday.
GVG. Wait, what is? That's got to be a mistake.
Well, look at Mr.B living in the past. You're talking about yesterday.
I'm looking at the past 24 hours. That's it.
Yeah, GVG is just on an absolute tear right now. I mean, this guy is just hitting on all cylinders.
I heard he's.
Yeah, he had his LDF won the LTS mid or sprint.
Yeah, the sprint.
Yeah. Not even an S.
Something morning fog, maybe, I think it was.
Your luck.
Season 15 is pretty good for him so far.
Yeah. You have FU money, you can get a lot of things.
That's one lucky idiot, man.
Yeah.
One lucky idiot if I've ever seen one.
Fuck you money and just got to be a lucky idiot. That's it, right?
Yeah.
That's the recipe.
That's pretty much it. And he's not even a nice guy. He's just a total asshole too. So I got to say, GVG is like the most positive person.
Yeah, he's excellent. Excellent.
He's just great. And sometimes when I you kind of get in a downward thing and you're just like, oh, negative, and then you see GVG or even Sours. Sours can get a little salty at times, but in general, the two of them just have like a positive attitude, and it's good sometimes to just kind of talk to someone and you're like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It just helps. It helps your mental state. Otherwise, you can sort of get into this framework and negativity, and it's not necessarily good that way.
Speaking of positivity and good people, Thank you, Stens, for gifting 10 subs to my chat. I appreciate that so much.
I was not referring to Stens when I was talking about negativity.
No, that positive. Sometimes good guy Stens. All right, that's from the first stream we did. You go all the way back in the files. You can find the sometimes good guy Stens chats.
Stens is like super knowledgeable, and like you said,
he really is. He really is.
I didn't. Now he's just sometimes good guy. He's lost the just good guy. You've added sometimes in front of it now.
So let's go. I want to ask the JJ question here. So we talked earlier about, if you make a great horse, like just repeat the breed. So
yeah, I don't repeat anything.
I know, but like you made Abominable Snowman. I think it's the #1 RTF horse in the history of the game. Like, why aren't you making that again?
Because I didn't know it was going to be anything special until it raced, right? So by the time you rerun it back and then wait 3 months for it to race, I just figured I went different routes with that filly. If it was a more predictable breed, I think, because that was an S- and an S, and made basically what should have been an S+ horse. So I don't know. I felt like where
Pull that horse up, Doughboy. Abominable Snowman.
It was just quite unlikely to re-hit the success. It was the colt, so I could just take Snowman and hit other things in my stable to kind of keep that bloodline going. But I think more so it's just the way the game's set up. You sit for 2 months before you know what you have. I guess maybe just based on the preference roll, I should have ran it back, because
I did ask you this like a couple weeks ago why you never made it again.
I didn't run back the Ovation breed ever either.
Yeah, you're a lunatic, bro. We literally
mostly because I just thought they were just such outliers that what's the chances of hitting them again?
But go back to Bloodline. Go back to Bloodline. Let me just.
You've gone everywhere. Different
look
places.
At this. This is another example of what I've been saying the whole day. It's a nice filly going back to a Gen 0 stud, a 101 Gen 0 stud. It is not rocket science, people.
No, it's really not. Mixing the high match Gen 0s and the Gen 1s have been the winners.
It's just
101 to 101 has been fine too, but introducing those has been great for racing. Yep. I understand, and I did it some, and other people have done it, and there was a need for certain pockets to be filled, so that once people had used all the 101s, there was stuff to hit. That's needed, but in terms of racers, I don't know that there's been too many very unique, so unique horses that were awesome racers. Like the 101 Blood really does make the really good racers. Look at
Does Snowman have any
did you see that? Look at the
any of these on the track yet?
No,
next season. But look at that last one, full of Matrioshoka or whatever. That big brain got. Yeah, I saw that one today. That was from an S, from an S- filly. He got an 8 preference S+.
Oof.
Yeah, what a roll.
Oof.
The funny thing, little PFL history, is I traded him that A+ mare. So I traded him Mazda.
Oh yeah, remember this was Zola, right?
In order to get better than most, and then he used better than most offspring to then get this one. So kind of the back and forth give and take with that trade has been playing off for 2.5 years now. So quite fun.
The big brand's another stable. They're just.
But what an insane roll to get 2.5 firm out of that horse. But it goes back to the Mazdas 3 firm, and even though Monster dropped it down quite a lot.
So do you have someone? If you look at the breeding report for that, does it have wider potential outcomes for the preferences?
I guarantee you that it could have gotten 3 firm, just because Mazda had it, and Crown Maxi had it, and Lavender Haze had it. Enough on the way back had 3 firm that it was a possibility. It's just
right. So we talk about wicking. Usually, you talk about it when it comes to the stats, but right. I think when you get to the future generations, where you have sometimes even when you switch archetypes, right? It's not that simple. So if you go back to Hollywood, you don't have to pull it up, but because Hollywood started out at right dirt, right? When you look at the potential, when you look at the breeding reports with Hollywood, it's not a normal 3-0-3 because it's a little different just because of his parents, right? So you're going to start seeing some kind of weird preference wicks, I think, as you get.
I still think they
further.
need to do something about 3 and 3 always equaling 3. I think that's going to bite us in the ass soon once you have enough horses up there. But
I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that 3 and 3 does it always equal 3, or is it only 3 and 3 like Gen 0? Like if you had, I have to look this up. If Hollywood might be an example of where a 3 and 3.
Well, let me find
You can run a breeding report now to Hollywood to see.
Yeah, let me run one right now to Hollywood with that same Philly Lavender Haze, and I bet you that the 3 firm and I actually might have ran that. I actually might be who I bred.
You dig that up. You pull that together. While you're doing that, I'm gonna put the first race on, and then we can continue talking over top.
Oh, we got races. Nice.
Well, we have some. Not everyone did their due diligence and filled 2 races, so we had 2 claiming races cancel, and that makes me sick to my stomach that claiming races are canceling. So, we got some races. This is why we have an extended show now, because I was going to cut it off at 9, because usually the first, which wouldn't never happen, but the first race usually runs at 9:15. But since we didn't have a first race, we got pushed to 9:30. But there's no race after this one, so we have another free 30 minutes. I know Mr.B has a bedtime.
Yeah, it's going to be my bedtime soon.
We can cut it at 10 if you want to cut it at 10. That's fine.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think that's more than enough.
Let's talk about the Thunderdome races after this. I want to bring up something.
Yeah, we can talk about how much I don't like them. So that's good. You like them, I don't like them. That's perfect. I like it. Not a firm believer in them yet, but I guess we'll find out what happens. I did just peep in the Discord and see that there's some discussion about the jackpot potentially when that comes around, but we'll see. I think we ended up on the 11 here, chat. So hopefully everyone else is there too. If not, we're just gonna get smashed by the 1 or the 3. I think.
Man, the worst place you want to be is in the lead after the first furlong.
These long races, I think. Well, I mean, that's a JJ horse, so that horse.
That's yours, coconut oil.
Yeah, that's a winless horse. So normally the winless horses win.
It's going sour. It's expired.
I have a pretty good track record of winning on your stream.
Yeah, a very good job of coming in after the fact and mushing the stream instead of coming in before and saying, "Hey, I like my horse."
The one time I came in and told you I liked my horse, it ran dead last, and then won its next 3 races. So
yeah, well,
can't win for losing.
Bryce might have been here that night. He might have finagled some things around. He likes to do.
I haven't raced that. I don't think I've raced that horse in like a month. So I was looking for something for your stream. Pick this one.
It's very weird watching a 16 horse race in an allowance and not a major. But you know what they say, this could be a major. You can make this a major.
I love it.
I
mean,
the more horses, the better.
Could be a major, just depend on your bankroll, right? Like,
yeah, whatever. It's all right.
I did DM you the breeding report.
I'll pull it up after this race.
After the race, yeah.
No, don't mush anybody. Go back to Discord General. Stay there. Don't come in here. When you're not here, we can't lose. When you're here, we lose all the time. Damn, Coconut Oil is going to win this race. I would really like to hit the...
Kamish, you want to know who the sire of this horse is?
Talk to me.
Nitto King, which I know we both tried to buy at one point.
That's the Walter White one?
Yeah. He was a really good racer, but then had like 2 A+ reveals. So like again, you take swings at stuff before it's revealed, and you think it's good. It raced well, and then wasn't a popular stud in the barn when all signs pointed to it being super strong.
Look at this. Of course, I'm going to eat my words.
Unless this horse
after the first furlong.
Unless he falls down, he's going to win.
So. He should fall down.
Come on, Samu. Let's go, baby.
Never doubt.
Unless he's getting injured, this is over.
Oh my gosh, look at this. That's hilarious. Was that wire to wire? No, he drifted back.
He dropped back.
Yeah, he made his move around the 8-9 furlongs, and then that was it.
Look at that.
Never doubt, baby. First win right on Doughboy stream.
After the fact again. This is unbelievable. I tell you, this is unbelievable.
You love to see it. I got
Crazy.
my payout the other day for it was like $70.
Wait, hold on. This race was rigged, just like
It was. That's why I said. And chat knows we can go back and look. And go
What was
over
that,
the tape.
17 to
That's why I
1?
go live early.
rigged, baby.
I go live early. Every fucking week, the 0 for 15 just wins the race for no reason. So
Can you
that's
check
just what it is.
Can you check his
Because
race
he's
history?
4. He's peaked now. I just
Can you
waited
check
a
that
year.
race history?
This game is I call baloney on this game.
Check the race history on that horse.
This horse is.
Let's see how good the owner's been.
I haven't raced it in 6 weeks.
Yeah,
Oh, but you were racing it at 12 too.
3 weeks ago, this horse hasn't sniffed the winner's circle. This is what I'm talking about on this show. It doesn't sniff.
Aging.
But if you believe that this is 15 instead of 0, you can't lose ever.
Maybe
This
he
horse
likes
is 15
he likes that big
15
field. Likes that 15 horse field.
Maybe there's heart. Who knows? Maybe there's
Aging.
something in there.
It's
Yeah,
just
check the charts. Let's see.
I want to see what that fleet figure is. I wonder what it is.
Probably really good.
Well, it's-
I mean,
yeah.
you're in the right spot. You just can't find a winner circle. That's the problem.
Let's wait. Hold on. Scroll down.
Sorry.
You gotta click the right turf. Yeah.
Oh, Bryce is here. Yo, Bryce, maybe let's make these a little darker. You know, I can't see shit down here.
Yeah, it doesn't change it much.
No, because I was looking at the. I like the chart, the bottom left chart right there, like the size of the field. But this horse is running in all big fields anyway, so it wasn't a hard thing.
Stamina's there, makes sense. Finish and stamina probably really good.
Nido King was a great horse too.
We made so much money off Nido King on this show. Jeez,
It was a great horse. I know. I had a strong offer. What I thought was a strong offer, and he turned it down. And
I tried getting a womb from Nido Queen, and this is right after the Ovation purchase. And he's like, "Well, if you could make a non-one of one from Nido Queen, I have to charge you 50,000 for this womb." And I'm like, "Nah, man, that's not gonna work." Yeah.
17 to 1. Was that all the team? Did you guys let the team
House rake?
House wins. Thank you, Bryce. You can send me my cut.
Yeah, good job. Great.
I love
Wonderful.
it.
I'm so happy for everyone. Perfect. All right, back to the real stuff at hand.
All right, let's chat.
We'll
Let's chat
go back to
Thunderdome.
handicapping at 10 p.m.
Let's do Thunderdome real quick.
Yeah, let's discuss that.
All right. Personally, as a experimental breeder, I love it because I have a lot of shit horses that I even feel bad selling in some market. But I have OCD and I don't like having horses in my barn that I don't like. I just want to get rid of them. If you had an incinerator, I would do that.
I'm there with you.
All right, so that I like. What I would say is, if you want to make it even better, the Thunderdome, you're not gonna do this, but the way I would do it is the horse that comes in first wins the pot, right? And I guess that horse, you keep that horse. If you come in last, you should also have to keep the horse. Like if your horse is that bad, like you got to run it again, dude. Like come on.
They were just talking about it in general while we were streaming. I'm trying to catch up, but I don't know that I follow the whole jackpot that goes with them. I don't get how it builds, and then how somebody wins.
I just think there's a better way to go about this whole thing. I really do. Like,
wait, explain to me the jackpot because I haven't been following that part.
I'm trying to read on it now. Bryce posted something in general, and I don't understand it. So I was hoping one of you bigger brains could explain it to me.
I don't. The Thunderdome are what? The ones where they go into the
burn race. The burn race.
So this is part of the tagline, as real as it gets. Is that?
I think they're calling it knockout. Yeah.
They punted that tagline a long time ago, Mr.B. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking.
Oh, by the way, Dinga just messaged me. He said Mr.B sounds like he should be in a '60s detective movie.
Really?
Fucking Columbo style, yeah.
Exactly, Columbo.
He reminds me of a Columbo. He's got that twang to his voice. I like it.
So what happens? You basically, that's it. You just lose. The horse is gone.
You pay to enter a race to potentially
3-3.
remove a horse from your race or from your.
What do you gain from it? You just win a race. You get the whole purse as opposed to half the purse. There's no rake. What's the benefit of this?
Race is winner take all. 20% of the rake goes to a rolling jackpot. Winning horse of the race also has about 6% chance to win. I don't know what that means.
6% chance to win the jackpot based on what? A spin of a wheel?
Yeah, how do they win the rolling jackpot?
Yeah, how does the rolling jackpot get won?
How do you win it? Maybe we'll do a stream where Bryce comes up here and tells us about it. But my counterpoint to these things, I'm all in favor of having a mechanism to remove horses from the ecosystem. I think there's a better way to go about it, and maybe my way is not as good, but I like the format, or the it's already out there in the form of DraftKings Rainmaker. You can burn your Rainmakers to gain credit or to get another, boosty or whatever you want. We could do the same here, where you destroy the horse and you get a breed credit that you use towards the breed barn, or you get a derby credit that you can use towards race entry. I think that would be pretty cool.
I think breeding reports would be a good use of them, right? You burn a horse, get a breeding report.
Yeah, or
maybe people will stop making such shitty horses. Then, like, I don't know, I'm just kidding, but I have plenty.
Even that shitty horses. Better things to do. It's like I'm not going to be on the side of I want to pay an entry fee to enter a shit horse to potentially win, or I pay to enter the race and the horse is removed from my stable and I get nothing. I would rather have where you can burn, X horses, or maybe they tied along to like the stud fee that you paid, where you get a percentage of that credit for however much the stud fee was. I'm sure there's smarter people out there that can figure it out, but I think having like a burn mechanism instead of a burn race would be cool.
Yeah. When it comes down to it, I don't really think it helps population control at all, because the horses that are going to get burnt are worthless anyway. Like maybe it just takes them off of the marketplace. So there's, 20,001 horses instead of 20,002. Like, I don't know. But
I just forgot.
I don't think you'll see any good horses in there. Maybe that jackpot however that works.
I think it's going to be better than you guys are giving credit for.
I mean, that's probably
the jackpot
fun,
part is going to be fun. Listen,
they're going to be gated. They're going to be gated by something. So you're not going to have
make an open field. They should make an open field.
No, they're not though.
Yeah, but
they've already confirmed that they won't be open field.
I think that's
so. Now if you thought you could just take free money from A's with your S horse, you would definitely do it. But if you're guaranteed to race against other S's, are you really going to put your S horse in there? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, roll the dice if you got the S plus and everybody else is dropping in A minuses. Steal a pot, steal a jackpot.
That's the thing. So now I'm paying Derby to enter my bad A minus to only lose to a bad S. I might as well enter a benchmark race at that point. Like, we're gonna take.
You're also paying for maid service, or you're cleaning up your stable.
But that's the thing. Like, that's why I think a burn for credit is better than a cleanup fee, essentially. But like, my other thing is, now we're taking now we're taking time, and this is just how I think of it, and maybe no one else does, but it's like, now we're taking time away from working on the schedule to try and make special race types for these already special race types, where I feel like if we just avoided that entire burn race shenanigans, implemented a burn system, and focused on the schedule, everything would be a lot better, instead of taking resources away from one thing to focus on another. That's just how I picture it in my head. That's how my brain goes. Maybe they don't see it that way. Obviously, they don't see it that way.
No, I think that what you're saying is the debate is you can just do it, right, and make it clean, or you gamify it, which is what the team has done. I'm more of a fan of the gamification of things, but I could see why there's another point of view of don't overthink it. Like, just let us kill him.
Yeah.
I'm in Doughboy's camp on this, but I would say if you're going to have a rolling jackpot, I think 6% is too high. You want a jackpot to get really big, which means you shouldn't have, every 16
18 horses.
What
was that? 18, 6%.
Was 1 out of 16, right? Or 1 out of 16 2/3. So the point is, it's too high of a number. The jackpot's never going to get that big if you have a 6%. But if you put it at like 1% or something like that, or even lower, you might end up having a big jackpot, and then those things could get real interesting. But that's assuming you were going to do it that way. But I think
it would be like every
you're never going to get much of a jackpot.
I'm scrolling through chat right now. We can look at this breed report, or we can keep discussing this because I think this is good though. This is the thing. Like all this stuff gets lost in Discord, and also like me, I'm not going to go in Discord and fight with my words. I'm better with using my voice and my real words. So that's why I like to do it on stream. But having you guys obviously Commish, you see it a different way from the way I see it. Mr.B sees it a different way from the way I see it, but he also sees another way. I don't know what the JJ thinks. Maybe he likes.
Yeah, but JJ, what do you think?
Higher stable is dog water, but
have an opinion, dude.
I was texting. Sorry.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Pay attention to class when you're in class. All right?
Seriously.
Where are you at on this? The
Thunderdome
race? Are you on the side of you're cool with it as long as it works, or?
I mean, I'll enter them just because I have enough horses to do it. I guess I just am taking the stance that so Bryce is saying they're grade restricted, so you're not going to be able to just assume you're facing inferior competition. But
that's how I would expect them to do it. But if we're starting to add like extra bells and whistles to it, that's where I would rather focus on the real schedule.
I guess I just don't get it like
on something else.
I don't think that you should have like the same chance to win the jackpot with like a horse that's worth $1 that you're risking versus a horse that's worth 100. Like seems like not a good mechanism to me, but
let's see it play out and then we can
I will say one thing that's curious to me, and this is not FUD and this isn't me calling them idiots, but
it's FUD and calling them idiots.
Can we just make up our mind on whether grades fucking matter or not? Like we move off grade restricted, go to benchmarks, and now we're gonna go and make these new race type that's gonna be grade restricted, and then we're going back to allowances. Like it feels like we can't make up our minds, and like people make decisions for 3 months down the road. Like I just feel like, can we please make up our mind on this? Like to hear that they're grade restricted now, it's like, what are we doing? Why are we flip flopping 8 different ways on grade mattering?
We have the.
I'm only a little passionate about this day because I got in the middle of a Sparky rant in Discord on this, between benchmarks and handicaps and giving weight based on global grade, and then we go away from grade restricted racing, but we leave grades giving you weights and handicap, and it's like by definition of how this game works, you can't have both, right? Like it's dumb. Like you can't say that handicaps are going to decide weight based on grade, but then also say that we really need to move away from grade restricted race staking because it's not a good way to group horses together. So it's like, why do we have these conflicting methodologies in how races are now being grouped and weights? So like that's a frustration that I have with this Survivor thing, is like now they're going to go right back to grades determining who you're grouped with. Like, why are we doing this?
But isn't that what the community wants, is grade restricted?
But it doesn't matter what the community wants. Community wants grade restricted because it's fucking easy. Because I have a horse that has this stamped on it, and this race has something stamped on it, says the same thing. I'll put my horse there. But the team decided that wasn't good for the game, and they know the race math, so they went away from it, and now we're going right back. And I just don't see how you can have both in the game at the same time, because if that's the case, neither of them work. You can't say that grade doesn't matter and fleet figures is what really groups your horses together, and then also make races that decide based on global grade. Like they're just conflicting. I mean, it can work because it's just game theory in terms of like, well, if you figure out best place to put your horse, but that's not why they're saying they're doing it. They're saying it because like they're saying that grades aren't a good reflection of your horse, but now they're going back to it. So I just think it's really conflicting and confusing. And it's even worse because you wait 3 months to race your horse. So any plan you had when you bred that horse, you wait, and then all of a sudden that's no longer how they're mixing things up. And that's the frustrating thing.
But are they removing anything? Because if they're just adding,
no, they don't. They're not just adding. They have a finite number.
But they didn't remove benchmarks, right? And they didn't remove grade restricted. So if they're not removing anything,
they did remove grade restricted at one point. They brought it back
here now. Yeah,
but they're very few and far between. compared to number of benchmarks.
Yeah, that I don't have that data to know if that's true or not. But if they're not removing anything, I don't know if that's a valid criticism. But if they are removing things and you're saying, well, I can't do this thing anymore, then yeah, totally fair. But if they're just adding stuff and giving people more options, I don't know if that's as bad as you guys are making it out to be.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect, but like you don't race the lower grades, so I don't think you understand what has happened.
That's fair.
Marriage in the stable, all right?
That's
I've
fair.
seen it.
It's just it really is frustrating, and it's I'm not saying it out of like I'm right. It's just out of like well, yeah, not to add these whatever this new race type, but you have removed in the past and now brought back, and I'm coming at it from an angle of you breed and then wait 3 months and then you flip-flop. We flip-flop like 4 times in the last 6 months on something. It's frustrating.
Stensley's chat comes back for the right time.
Oh,
I'm supposed to
I love
hit JJ with a hell yeah.
No disrespect, but fuck you. I love it. I love it.
can I go on a rant too? But it's not about this.
Listen,
No, I love Mr. B.
First
Rants. Let's
Amendment.
go, baby.
First
Let's
Amendment
go.
is on.
Wait,
the
hold on.
string.
I'm
I'm not
Let me get.
responsible for anything that is said. These opinions and views are none of my own. These are all the individual players' opinions. All right, I don't want your shit.
Mr. B, let me put this soapbox up here for you. Hold on. Okay, here it is.
You can't have breeding start the fucking second day of the season. It's just
Preach.
too much. I'm fucking naming my horses like on Sunday. I'm trying to retire all my fillies on like Monday. I'm trying to figure out which studs are going into the barn. You're trying to race your 2-year-olds. You're trying to see your reveals of your new foals, and you're trying to price stuff now. And if you have studs that are going into the barn, and the breeding starts the next fucking day, what is the purpose of that?
So what should it be?
If you want to have it the first week, have it the first week. Move it at least to Wednesday or Thursday. I mean, what is the purpose of having it the very next day of the season? The very second day of the season. It makes no sense. I liked it when it was the last week, but if Ian wants it the first week, it is what it is. But why is it? I got him to move it from Monday to Tuesday. Move it from Tuesday to Wednesday or Wednesday to Thursday. I mean, if you have a couple of days to kind of see the studs that are in the market, it's just, you're just sitting there and it's just too much information. I'm a fucking old man. I can't process all this stuff. I'm not like Stens, a fucking machine processes information like a computer. I need a little time to process stuff. It's all the first fucking day of the season. It's just too much.
It's hard to focus on getting enough races in also to make sure you're not kicked out of the committee races. Also, like, it is a lot. Week 1 is a lot. I say it every time we turn on the stream for Foals Day on a Monday, and then on Tuesday we have to worry about breeding. And it's like I don't have a lot of horses, but it's still too much.
All right, let me ask this question. Just hypothetical, just for fun. What if you killed racing for a day? You gave everybody a day off.
I actually like that one Sunday where they made a mistake and there was no racing. I like that. That wasn't their intent. And when Ian, we go way back. Remember, it was going to be you're going to race your horse only a handful of times, and it's going to have. And now it's a much bigger grind in terms of the number of times you're running a horse, which is fine. But I'm good with a day of rest. But I don't know if they want to do that. But having a day or two. I mean, hell, you could even argue that you have 4 weeks and then you have 3 days or whatever, and it's on a monthly basis rather than a 4-week basis. But let's not go there. I'm fine with it with a day of rest. But definitely, if you're going to do it, I just want a couple of extra days to kind of prepare for breeding. So keep the racing there, but don't necessarily have it started on that second day.
Yeah, you probably don't need a full week to breed. Like if you did, like you said, Wednesday to Monday or Thursday to Monday.
Well, I mean, a week is fine. As most things, you spend a huge amount of time the first day or two, and then you kind of like, okay, let me go back and do other stuff, and then at the end there's another mad rush. At least that's the way I often do it. So I spend most of my breeding brain power in the first 24 hours, and then in the last 36 hours, and not as much in between.
Right, so you got dead space in between, and most people operate the same way. So just condense some of that dead space.
But I found that the last period, I do think the changes they made to stop like the flash breeding and the price stuff worked very well. It also got rid of that incredible sense like, oh my God, I'm going to miss out on a breed because
Sure.
I'm not paying attention for a minute, and all of a sudden this thing flash sells out. So I think those changes work very well in terms of taking the pressure off. And yeah, you could argue that you don't need the full week, but I don't know that it matters. If you finish up early, you finish up early. If you don't, you don't. But I do think the kind of pressure that was there was lessened by the changes that were made. So I think on the whole, those were very good changes. While I like to rant about it, I don't really have any complaints with the way that was done. It's more just that front loading of the season where you have so much information. And if you have a large stable, and most stables, even previously small stables, are getting larger. I remember when I brought this up to the JJ many seasons ago, he was like, it's not that big of a deal. And then last season, he was like, yeah, all right, I see what you mean now. It's just, as you get more and more horses, the amount of information and the amount of stuff you have to do right at the start of the season just kind of becomes overwhelming. And then you end up not even racing half your horses for the first 3 or 4 days because you're so busy trying to gear up and set up for the breeding that then you're kind of behind in racing your horses. Just you got to pick and choose what you're going to do. You just can't do it all.
Chad is anti Mr.B right now. For the first time in
I love
the
it.
history of the game. I
love
think.
it. Get that man off his soapbox.
What they want breeding to start on? They want breeding to start on Monday, as opposed to.
They don't want you to take racing away from them.
Forget about the racing. They can race
you're a
whenever
large
they
stable.
want. That wasn't my suggestion. That was Comish's, and I was okay with it.
It's certainly not a suggestion. Just an idea. Just a hypothetical.
I'm okay with it. It's not my suggestion. My real suggestion is move breeding back at least to Wednesday, if
that's
not
hilarious,
Thursday.
Mo. I love it.
I'm old enough to remember when racing. I'm old enough to remember also when races ended at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Just so you know, I was fucking racing these horses when there was no money. I was racing, in the first beta against Wolof like day and night. So I like racing. I'm good with that.
Yeah, let me piggyback on Cadet's comment right there, and he's absolutely right. Don't breed. All right, and this is a call out to all the big stables, and I've always tried to run a lean stable, but you guys are breeding 90 horses, 100 horses. It's 20, just two, just because.
That's not true.
That's definitely true.
It's not. It takes volume to hit the outlier. Think about what we said, Champagne Fever earlier. It was an A horse that hit an S, and it was the highest earning archery horse in the business. Just because I breed everything doesn't mean I'm going to race it all. But if I find out after 5-6 races I have a killer, it's worth it.
Sure, but then if you're saying I'm going to breed because I want that 1%.
It's a 1%er problem, but we've seen across the first year of this game, like, there's so much that goes back into this ecosystem due to people like GVG, who is spending, literally, he spent like over $100,000 in breeding fees in one season. Like, that all goes back into juicing majors, like all this stuff. So you can like say that there's issues with 1% problems, but solving problems for 1% stables helps drive this economy. So GVG can race all his horses because you improve filters, because you do X, Y, Z. Like, it matters. Like, I've had people reach out to me and ask, well, why aren't you racing this horse? Well, I don't have time because I have to do 1,000 things during breeding week. So I can't race 60 new foals and breed 100 foals and provide fees to many stables who I'm using outside and giving them breeding revenue. So like, you can sit there and have issue with 1%ers. Like, we've all made money, and like, no, I'm not saying like you need to, have any pity on us for like spending a shit ton of time in this game, because we are reaping benefits from it, but it drives this economy. Like, it just does. Your people that are spending $20, $30, $40, $50,000 in breeding fees, are doing a lot more for the economy than people that are, hitting $10 breeds. Like, it's just math, right? I don't know how else to put it. So I disagree with you saying that there's no point in breeding all your fillies, because it only takes one.
You could still
like if I stop breeding my S minuses, if Big Brain stopped breeding his S minuses because he has 60 S fillies at this point, he doesn't hit an 8 preference S plus this past season. Like, how is that not worth it? And you're providing revenue.
What I'm saying is you can't then complain that it's worth it. Like if you're gonna do it, then you got to own it. You can't say, "Oh, well, I'm gonna do this," and oh, by the way, there's also a problem.
There's a problem in that. Like, there is gonna be a point where I do stop providing, revenue to other streams by breeding with their horses, and I do start, cutting, just I won't race anymore, and I'll just be a breeding stable, right? Like, that's not good for the economy either. So solving these problems for people that want to do the entire aspect of the game is very important.
Here.
Any rebuttals?
I would argue the comments were flashing, but yes, I don't have to breed on Tuesday. It's more the preparation for the breeding period, that having an extra day or so to prepare for it, to figure out what new studs are out there, to retire your fillies, to do that stuff. It kind of makes that Monday not enjoyable at all. I think Foals Day should be a day you see your reveals, you race your 2-year-olds, and I end up spending most of the day there. I see what my reveals are, and then I'm pretty much spending the rest of the day trying to rush and prepare for breeding. And I just don't see the benefit of having the breeding on the second day. So if someone can explain to me why it's really important that we start breeding on Tuesday as opposed to, say, Wednesday or Thursday, then I'm all ears. But to say, well, it's a 1% problem, go fuck yourself, because it's on Tuesday, like it came down from the mountains that this is when breeding has to start. Well, okay, but I don't really see the benefit of having it start on that Tuesday. That's my point. So forget about not racing and forgetting about having a day off. What's the benefit of having it on that Tuesday as opposed to a Wednesday or Thursday? Okay.
If you really wanted to look at it from a purely economic standpoint, there's two ways to look at it. People have the most money they're going to have at the very beginning of a season because Crown pays out. Okay, we got to race. Sorry.
No, you're good. Keep talking.
Okay. You either say we got to have it at the beginning of the season because that's when people have the most money because they have Crown or staking revenue and end of season Derby, which I don't know if that's going to go on for much longer or not. Or you look at it from perspective is that's when people race the most. So if they don't have something else to do, they'll, stables like me, I'll just use me as an example because I can only speak for myself. I don't race for shit the first week, right? That's a ton of entry fees that I'm not putting in. And then if you look at every metrics chart, racing falls off the further you get into a season. People start to bench donkeys, like people have less to do. Why not then inject breeding into like week 3 when people have more time, they know their horses. It takes less time because you don't have to analyze your horse. And then you don't have to wait as long in between it being bred and born. Like, to me, that it just the time it takes away from racing during the peak time of when people do race because they don't know their horses yet is a no-brainer. But again, I can only speak for my
chat.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, chat. We got that one. We got it back. See, Jay, you're not always a mush. Sometimes you do good things. 5-1. I think one of the I don't have nearly the size of stables any of you three up here, but just an outside view. If it was moved to a later week, I think that allows more racing for juvies instead of being forced to retire immediately that first week. They get a chance to run a couple majors and then retire. But also lets you figure out. I mean, it allows you to figure out.
No, I think you could
waiting a full month to see what you're getting. What's the difference between waiting a full month or waiting a week to see your?
So a lot of it comes down to these majors, right? It wasn't right that the right dirt horses for the first however many seasons could race in the major championship and then retire and still breed, right? And so we moved it back to Thursday. And that's kind of where it is. I think you could still have an arbitrary cutoff of, say, Friday of the first week you have to retire if you're going to breed that week. But then you have like multiple weeks to breed or whatever. You can do whatever it is that you need to get around for these majors and things like that. That's really the one thing that you have to get around is you can't say these two archetypes get to breed and race and the other two don't, or vice versa, depending on what week you pick. Like that's the obvious, elephant in the room when it comes to pushing it back. But I think there's probably an easier way to, group the majors to push breeding back and not have one per week or, something along those lines. I don't know.
Yeah. I had put together a proposal way back when, and a way to kind of solve it, but I kind of felt that the team is kind of like adamant it's going to be the first week, so I'm not going to spend too much time arguing that point, even if I wouldn't have it the first week. So if I had my druthers, it would be, the second, third, or fourth week, which it was at one point. But if it's going to be the first week, I would prefer it be pushed back a couple of days. And I'm pretty sure that at least all the 1% stables would be in favor of it. And I don't really see where it's a disadvantage to the smaller stables to have it pushed back a day or two. But that's it. It is past my bedtime, so I am going to go.
Turn into a pumpkin soon, Mr.B.
Well, I'm already. I'm getting cranky. You can see it.
Could you imagine Mr.B missing an early breakfast? Jesus Christ! Imagine how cranky he'd be then.
Oh,
He's
He's got a case to solve tomorrow.
Wait till I move to Florida. I'll be eating dinner at 5 o'clock instead of 6.
I'm surprised you're not there.
Is that
already.
happening? Is that happening?
No,
Oh.
just about a dinner. It was just a dinner joke.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right, Mr. B. Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
we can.
I'm gonna take off too.
We definitely
take off too.
pull back up and do another night as well. Like, I'm not Mondays and Tuesdays. I normally just tie it to the handicapping, but I'm always down to go live any other day of the week to do a round table. I think they're good for the. I think they're good in general. Like we did.
I will say. Last point that I want to make, and then I will leave, is if you do pull up that breeding report, you can see that there was not always 3 firms in that lineage, but when I put 2 non-Gen Zeros together, I was guaranteed 3 firm, which I think just is going to come back to bite us in the ass in 2 years when everything all has 9 stars. So
it's the Hollywood Lavender Haze.
Yeah. Serena didn't have 3 firm, so not everything is pulling from 3 firm, but it's guaranteeing me 3 firm because both of the people that I banged together did. So
yeah, it's nice. You get 3 firm, and then my shitty A temper follows 3 generations of mares to the 4th generation. It's beautiful. I love it. I can only hope to be as lucky as you one day. One day.
All right, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, but JJ, thanks, brother.
Thanks for coming
Mr.
up.
B,
Thanks, everyone.
appreciate it.
JJ.
Doughboy.
Yeah, absolutely. We can definitely do it again sometime. I feel like I'm very good for the mediator point from this for these things, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely
it flowed
good.
really well tonight. It was a great stream.
It's fun. Thanks for hitting me up then. Appreciate
And thanks to chat too for contributing. It's always helpful when we get an outside perspective.
Yep. Take it easy. We'll see you see you next time.
Later all.
All right, back to the gambling part. For the 44 of you that were here, and I know half of you were going to leave, but that's all right. On your way out, you can hit the follow button and get notified every single time that I go live. And not every time will we have discussions like this, but we can line it up to do it every couple weeks. Definitely for sure. But yeah, definitely appreciate everyone for hanging out. We did just smack the team in the mouth with that last race. Exactly what we try to do every Monday and Tuesday. We'll take 5.5 to 1 on that one. That was a good come up, especially after getting 3rd in the first race by an Ofer horse. Can't really argue with that. But we got a nice comeback on the win. Place we almost got the double up. That's fine. It's hard to get the double up in the short fields. Next race is race 5. We already have our picks in for that. I don't remember who we were on. I'm not apple to apple. I'm on the 10, right? Yeah. Shout out F-Dog. I saw you in here earlier. Yeah, we're going to ride with the 2 raced, the lightly raced A horse in this race. I know, who was it? Hurricane. All right, the 2. All right, so you had the favorite. All right. I think we did look at this before. If she's strong enough, she probably wins this race. But you just have to have one that can carry the weight and do it well. So we'll find out there. We got 10 minutes till race 6. So actually, let's try and knock that one out real quick because we didn't get there. And then we have the last 2 races of the night, which should give us a decent time gap to get the picks in. We have, where we at? 6 minutes for race 5. Perfect. Get race 6 pulled up. Get the program pulled up. What's going on, Mo? What's up to everyone else? A lot of talking going on. Holy shit! A lot of listening. A lot of stuff getting passed back and forth. A lot of. I guess we can call it alpha. There was some in there. All right. 7 furlongs, right there, sloppy. The race 6. Grade 3, 3-year-olds and up. We'll jump into it. It's sloppy. The one lightning strike has 31 goes at 7 furlongs, 7 wins, 10 seconds, 5/3. So 22 for 31 at the distance. No win equity at the sloppy portion of it, but 4 seconds and 2/3, rounding out a nice 6 for 9 on the podium for slop. Being a 2-star firm, that's kind of nice. Came closing like a freight train in the last race at 7. Let me see the splits. Jesus Christ. 22, 24, 24, 22 flat, 11. Yeah, that's pretty quick. Second. All right, so lightning strike is good. But let's see if there's not a sloppy or a soft preference horse in here that can overtake it. Damned 100 AE, 2 tries at 7 furlongs, a win in a second, high 83, average 82. So two solid races, it appears. 8 tries on the sloppy, 2 wins in a second. All right, so it's winning every other race, it appears. Two's kind of nice. Two is definitely a runner. Finished 5th in the gallop. It's not even a bad 5th either. To Mr. Wonderful. Mr. Wonderful tried his hand at a race last night, but we smacked him in the mouth at the wire. Tried off preference as well. He was on the dirt or on the turf. All right, so damned 100 AE could be something we look at for the ticket. Ant-Man, someone who's not going to make the ticket due to the fact that it's a 5-year-old, and if you can't win a 60K claim, right, don't expect you to win this grade 3 at the age of 5. S-Max stakes, you can still win those. That's kind of nice. But yeah, 6 wins and 14 tries in 2 seconds, so 8 for 14, not bad. High 82, average 72. It is a soft preference horse. 22 tries on the slop, 4 wins, 9 seconds, and 4/3. So 17 for 22. So definitely live for the board. Win outright, I don't know. Place and show for sure if it's available. Let me check. 3 minutes for race 5 to start. Muning Mudblood. Another one that's pretty on point for the distance. 14 tries, 5 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3. Now we're getting a little tougher here. Is an S+, 1-star firm. Had a try on sloppy, didn't work out too well. It was a handful of races ago, so we can definitely check that out. Yeah, I don't know how much I'm gonna put into the 4. S+, sure. We had a fast track, that would be a different story. Even on yielding and even on good, he's showing signs of sluggishness. Good track. He's got some results. Yielding, he's got some. The last few races have been real bad. Real bad. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to lean Muning Mudblood. Mohawk Redo. 3 tries at 7, a second and 2/3. High 71, average of 67. So probably not going to be close to consideration. 16 tries in the slop, 2 wins, 4 seconds, 3/3. So 9 for 16. Also not terrible, but not great. Now it is coming off this fucking 5-horse field and 100K claimer where it put up an 81. I don't get that.
We've seen it in the first couple of races too that we looked at. Just that shit don't make no sense. An 83 in a 12 horse field, S-Mac or 73 restricted. That makes sense. Shut up, Cat. I'm off the 5. So if it comes down to that, I'm off the 5. The 4, is the 4 going to win this race based purely on the plus? I don't want to think that. I'm going to lean the 2. There are two soft preference sources, a half star and a full star, but the race is that damned 108. All right, so the average is a little bit worse, but the high. All right, let's look into this real quick. Sloppy 5th out of 19. All right, that's a big race. That's fine. Sloppy win. All right, that's a grade 3. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not talking myself. I'm going with the 2. Yeah, I'm going with the 2. $30 seconds here. I had a race go off too. Son of a bitch. Let me update the banner real quick. Chad, I ever tell you how nice it is just to scoop a win? I mean, we scooped a handful last night, but god damn. All right. Race 1 was nice. It was okay for us. Yeah, that's fine. You can take the increase. Someone's got to do it, right? We get the call to post for the first time tonight. Someone has to do it. We got lucky last night with someone being the Huckleberry. This fucking cat. Come on, let's go. Or shut up. One of the two. Shut up. Jeez, Dave had a fucking triple S plus start. Let's go. Also appreciate Sten for handing out some gifted subs. That was pretty cool. McLovin, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that too. I don't know how fucking biddies work still, but I appreciate the biddies. Who the hell did we end up on? The 10, right? Yeah, the 10. All right. We're not sitting terrible. Everyone's still bunched together pretty much. And then after this race 6 should close, and then we'll move on to race 7 and 8, and we'll be good for the night. Yeah, very good night. Very good night so far. I do need to go back to race 2 and see how much we lost. Essentially, we ended up third in that race, but also really disappointed that nobody is following the just put 80 on the unwinning or the 0-win horses. I'm going to call them out every single time. I'm not going to do it because I'll never win again if I do it. Right? Nothing but bliss is up there. And the 10 just got shot in the fucking head. All right, well, that was fun. Cedar Princess. Oh, damn, all long shots tonight. Someone should have had this 9. Someone should have had this 3, too. Jeez, We just picked the wrong 8 here. That's all right. We're allowed to get one back. Ugh, last. Jesus, what did we miss? Let me get that up. Let me see this. I didn't miss anything. This horse was dog shit on the outside. I just didn't like the fact that it had the same exact race, except in an A max stakes, and it ran like shit. Oh well.
And then the 2 was one we liked. I just don't like putting my trust in S-minuses in these races. And apples to apples, just shit the bed. No real excuse. Probably really bad temper. A+, A-. I couldn't tell you. Finish, maybe? A-, A. Maybe bad finish. Yeah, that was just a weird backwards race. The 9. Was the 9 up there? No, not this race. Yeah, it's tougher. It's so 3912. Cloud Strife is one that we like to for the podium, not for the win. So third, but that's the comeback on that's probably not as hot. Yeah, 9 was dog shit the whole time. And then yeah, Bliss was on the right side of everything, but that's all right. We give one back. We take, we give. We take, we give. Yeah, the comeback on show was dog shit. So we went down there, and then we got it back the next race with the 5. Off that. Oops. Race 7. Race 7, we got a full field. We got some time. We got some time, though. Yo, shut up. Did you ever consider that? Just shutting up? Probably not, but let's potentially consider that. Also, thank you to Skeletor, the Consult, and Milk and Cookies for the follows during that long-winded roundtable we had, I suppose. All right, let's jump into this. We have, what, about 15 minutes? Yep, exactly. 14, we'll call it. Goat milk. Goat milk is a dog water S+. What does that mean? It means I don't like it. Ingraded steaks, not doing good. Second in benchmark, third in benchmark, allowance, just not running against the competition. And when it does run against the competition, it's getting smacked around. So I'm off of goat milk. Not too hot on yielding. Golden Moon S-, going to be tough in this race. Not the worst, but again, running in benchmarks and S- max stakes is different than, running into a buzzsaw in a grade 2. Granted, it's a qualifier, and sometimes they do come up soft, but you got to be a special S-. Sasha Colby ran last night. We liked Sasha Colby in that race, but we were on Kenny White for the big come home. So that was a big hit last night. 2K on that, brought back 10. So that was big time. Yeah, Sasha Colby, same thing. Distance is fine. The yielding consistency is not that. Not consistent at all. They get lucky. I mean, we'll say they got lucky. It won a grade 1 way back when, beginning of the month. Seconds and thirds, 6th, 9th, 6th. Come back with a 2nd, 6th. Just too inconsistent. Has a grade 2 to win last time out. Two times back. Bless you. You all right? Chilling. Thank you for laying on my book bag. I appreciate that. I know you did it to get attention. So I'll pass on Sasha here as well. For a show play, maybe, but I just severely doubt it. I think it's just outclassed. Galloping Major, 1 for 6 at the distance, 1 for 8 on the track condition. It's there, but it's not there. It doesn't have enough to close in these big races. 11th, 12th, a 5th, and a 4th. It's not going to cut it for me. Death by Dynamite is going to be another one. It's not going to cut it for me. See what I'm talking about? These qualifiers come up soft, so sometimes it's easy to pinpoint who the actual winner should be. But until the race runs and we lose to a 1 in 37 horse, it doesn't really matter.
Death by Dynamite, though, again, 1 for 11 at the distance, 4 times on the podium, 11 tries. Over 5 on yielding with 3 seconds. So with that information, you could sprinkle the play show. Could. But this is another one. It's running against graded competition, and it's just not pulling its weight. Move to the 6, El Rey, 0 for 13 with 1 show attempt at 12 furlongs, 1 for 7 on yielding, pass. Olympian, 0 for 10 at the distance, 3 seconds, 2/3, so makes it a 50-50 at the distance, outside of the win, no win equity. Also got smoked in last night's qualifier. 4 podiums and 6 tries on yielding, no wins. This race is a lot softer than last night's race was. So there is a world where Olympian, could potentially pop off and do something, but I'm going to go ahead and say doubt it. Most of its wins and its finishes have come in 8,300K claimers. There's probably something better. Cosa Nostra, again, shout out Latuda since they stole your name and they spelled it wrong. I like that too. S- against S's and a couple S pluses. 6 tries at 12, 2 wins, a second and a third, 7 tries on yielding, 2 wins, a second and 2/3. Is there. In theory, is there. But again, we go back and we look at the competition, the strength of schedule. It is not podiumed in 8 races. And before that, it took another 5 to find a win. I'll pass. Canyon Man, 0 for 8 at 12 furlongs, 2 seconds, 2/3, 50%. Yielding has 1 win in 1 second and 10 tries. It's not good. It is hitting the podium in the graded races. That shows a little bit of something. Doesn't show me enough though. You could have a sprinkle for show or something, but again, there's no win equity in 30 starts. But you have 13 placing shows combined, which is almost 50% of your starts. So there's a world it could pop off for a place or a show. Juicy Rock, 1 for 17 lifetime. Just not going to get my vote of confidence here. It just has to be something better. Peanut Butter Crunch, I believe this is the second entry for Hazy Hills. Hazy's on the 1 in this race. Yeah, they have the S plus and the 1. I think this entry is much, much better than that one. 11 tries at 12, 4 wins, 3 shows. So 7 for 11. 6 tries on yielding, 2 wins, a second in the show. High of 82, high 79, averages out to 73 for both. That's solid. Is a graded stakes winner. Is coming off, I guess the last race it had a bad roll, we'll say. Before that, 3rd win, not terrible. Has been winning graded races. Has been racing against tougher competition. So the 11 will put a little check. Keep it on the ticket for now. Tundo. Let's see, we got 8 minutes. We got plenty of time. Tundo 12. 13 for 18 lifetime. 7 tries at 12, 2 wins, 2 seconds in a show. Very good. 81 high, 75 average. 3 tries on yielding, a win in 2 shows with a 79 high and a 76 average. So Tundo right up there with Peanut Butter Crunch, just has a better average at the distance and the condition. So Tundo and Peanut Butter Crunch are on the ticket. Constitution, not bad. 14 for 28 lifetime, 50-50. 3 tries at 12, a win in a show, high of 79, average of 76. All right, so the average is on point with the 2 horses before it. 5 tries on yielding with 3 wins, high 81, average 74. All right, so we got some runners at the back end of this race. Sky Flames and S minus. Again, the last 2 races were in graded company, 13th, 9th. You're not gonna pull my leg to get me in on that. So it's gonna come down to the 11, the 12, or the 13 for me personally. 11, 12, 13. I don't think any of these S minuses are good enough to beat either of those 3 horses. Death by Dynamite could potentially be live, but again, maybe a place or a show. Sasha Colby, I this is. I'm gonna fade Sasha Colby here, and it's gonna have to bite me in the ass. But I don't think Sasha Colby's better than any of the other 3 horses we looked at. Could be right up there. Could be like the 4th, 5th out of them, but I think it's between 11, 12, 13. Now, can we figure out which one? Because I don't want to bet multiples, because betting multiples is a fish play. And only fish like ECS bet multiple horses in one race. So let's not do that. I'm rolling with the 11. It's 11 or 12 for me. I mean, to be fair, Tundo has a far better overall life record than Constitution does. And its lifetime averages are slightly better, but obviously that's because it has less races, but they're more concentrated. 13 for 18, 14 for 28. It's tough. I got 4 minutes. All right, we can watch this. Yeah, I think I'm settled. It's going to be Tundo or it's going to be the 11. Good luck to everyone in this one. Yeah, just as long as they don't get the Mundo Temper roll, that's it. I think they're fine. All right, shitty break for us. Love to see that. Yeah, Flying Henchman. I hope they don't, honestly. The least they could do, and again, if you were here earlier, and I like to express my opinion out loud. The least they could do is help. You know what I mean? Help with the API, help with some funds. You know what I mean? Keep it flow. I don't know if that's. I hope they've done something like that, but if they haven't, that would be nice to see them. You know, help support that. Because if we don't have the form, like I'm telling you right now, because I did it without the forms for the first, for a handful of seasons. Jesus Christ, this too is dog shit. Because I did the picking without the forms for the first couple seasons, and I was using MJ's tool and just process of elimination everything. It's a pain in the ass. Damn, no one's gonna get a win. Fuck everyone in this race. The longest shot wins it. Yeah, it's always rigged when ECS loses. That's my favorite part. I don't think you watched enough races to understand that things like that can happen. But you just don't want to believe it. That's all right, though. But I would hope that the team is, helping
behind the scenes with something. If he needs this, giving this info. It's not free to keep this shit running. I'm telling you that right now. I know that. It's definitely not free to keep it running. Fuck it, we're going with peanut butter crunch. So I would like to see them support that, because considering that if they want handicapping to take off, they're going to need a racing form. Like, you can't just put someone in the game and expect them to do what I did for the first couple months and go to someone's third party site and use that tool. This is a third party site. This is a tool, support it. So I hope that they're doing that. That would be dope. That would make me extremely happy. Go into general Discord and vent. You like to do it there. That way everyone else can give you laughing emojis. Here, they're just gonna point and laugh. Well, that's where the fuck's Bryce at? Bryce, you still in here, bud? Let's do something about this. Let's take care of the creators of the content. So I'm telling you right now, like, if these fucking forums are gone, Mondays and Tuesdays might not be too far behind. I can't. You really can't. Like, it's such a pain in the ass to try and handicap races with the other tools that are out there. Like, I got good at it with MJ's tool because I knew what to navigate and I knew how to do it, but it also took a lot longer. But if we don't have these racing forums, you don't have handicapping on the site, and you don't have anything coming in. That's just how it's gonna work. That's really just how it's gonna work. Like, could you imagine showing up to an actual racetrack and not being handed a program? What the fuck is this, 1902? Heroin got there. Let's go. Yeah, the thing you fail. This is one thing I think you fail to understand, ECS. Yeah, 2-star firm horse wins it. All right, that's cool. The entire race is all firm horses minus a 1-star soft and a half-star soft. So in situations like this, a firm horse can easily win this race, which it did. It did, and it had picks on it, just likely not from anyone in here. We did race 7, correct? Race 7, we're on the 11. Let me get the banner updated. Yeah, that really upsets me that they actually, if they're not really fucking helping you, I'm telling you that right now. Don't give me something else to rant about on Mondays and Tuesdays. That's kind of cheeks. I don't like that too much. Kind of upsets me now. I'm doing a really good job of hiding it. Doing a good job of hiding it right now. I don't know if you were hearing. I know way back when Racer's Edge was a thing, they didn't want to help with API for that, so Racer's Edge stopped. And then they said that they won. Alleged. Don't quote me on this. They didn't want to give that information out. But I'll tell you this right now. If they want handicapping and wagering to succeed on this platform, they need to be helping you and working with you. Because if I don't know how much it costs to run these things. I can't imagine to know how much it costs to run this thing. But if it's costing you money out of your pocket, you're doing the community a service. And I don't know what you're donating. I listen. I donate when we go up big. We went up big last night. I shipped you a donation. That's how it works. Any of the nights that I go up, I will always gladly do that. Because again, if I don't have these forms, none of this shit is possible. None of it is. But if forms go away, no one's gonna do this. No one is gonna do this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's one thing they wanted to do since the beginning of the year. But I don't know if it's just like they're waiting on partnerships to like actually push this stuff. I'm actually gonna write a little email
via Twitter DM and be like, yo, what's up? What's going on here? What are we doing? What are we doing here? All right, race 8, we got 10 minutes. We're going to super fly through this one. Big Earn. Big Earn has to have a big run for Bigfoot Stables tonight. 1 for 6 at the distance. 0 for 4 on yielding. It's rough. But it is coming off a win last night, it looks like, in a grade 2 qualifier. So it's not dead. Not dead. A chip in the chair, as they would say. Gone clear, though. 2 for 27 lifetime. Got smoked in the grade 1 last night. Got smoked in the grade 2. Got smoked in the grade... Yeah, you're just getting smoked. Gone clear, out. Fleshman, 6 tries at 10 furlongs, 3 wins, a second, 2/3. Very good. Very consistent across the board. Yielding 4 starts, 2 wins, 2/3. Also very good. Currently listed in the Doughboy book as horse for the course before we get through anything else. Sol Khaleesi came off a big 3rd yesterday against Mr. Wonderful and Meniki White. So if these 2 horses are in that race, there's a world Sol Khaleesi jumps up and wins it. 12 starts at the distance, 4 wins, a second, and 3/3. So 8 for 12, 66%. 8 tries on yielding, a win, and a ton of thirds. So maybe a sprinkle on the win and a dump on the placer show. But I'm not going to throw Sol Khaleesi out all the way. Legionnaire, 0 for 6 at 10 furlongs, but has 3 places and 2 shows to back up. So 5 for 6 on the podium. Yielding 6 tries, 2 wins, 2/3. High 79, average 71. And not out of it, but the lack of win equity does not give me a spark of hope. Has also lost to Sol Khaleesi and Fleshman and Big Earn and Accolade. Off the 5. Little Tocino. 6 tries at 10, a win, a second, and a third. Okay. Consistent, 50-50, 1 across the board. Yielding 8 tries, 2 wins, and a third. High 79, average 72 for that. Grade 2 last night, no good. Grade 3 night before, no good. 3rd in a grade 1, but it was a 4-horse field, so someone had to run 3rd. 73 max, wins it. Yeah, just not, when it gets in the graded company, it just shits the bed. So I'm not going to put any effort into that one. Gorilla, the 7 out of Wimbledon Turf Shop, Monkey Tennis, 12 tries at 10, 4 wins. So winner go home. Yielding 11 tries, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. So 5 for 11 on yielding. That's not terrible. Flip a coin 3 times, and maybe it wins this race. I'll go with a little bit more consistency. I will not be on the 7. Electric Buzz, the 8. 11 tries at 10, 4 wins, 2/3. Not bad. Yielding 7 tries, 3 wins. So again, another winner go home essentially. Look at the last handful of races. 11th, 5th, and graded stakes. S-Max, it lost to Sol Khaleesi. Before that, it's winning claiming races. Electric Buzz, get the fuck out. Charlie Chaplin's back to try it again. Charlie Chaplin had we'll call it a big 4th yesterday. A big 4th. The 2 horses that battled down a stretch are not in here. So Meniki White and Mr. Wonderful are not in here. So we take those 2 out. Sol Khaleesi, then Charlie Chaplin. I'm willing to wager that as soon as I switch over, Charlie Chaplin will likely be the betting favorite. Again, that's fine. This field is slightly weaker than yesterday's field. Again, so it's probably Charlie Chaplin or Sol Khaleesi for me. But I don't know if I want to put the trust in Charlie Chaplin again. I think I want to take the on-prep horse. But Charlie's obviously in consideration. That was a big 4th yesterday, off pref. Hyde, 1 for 10. Just not going to get it done for me in these big races. Also lost to Big Earn, Fleshman, and Accolade. Stargun. All right, this is one that maybe, the Stens usually comes around to take our check every once in a while. Let's see if it's this one. 9 starts at 10, 3-1-3. So 7 for 9 at the distance. A second and third from 4 tries on yielding. Also got mollywopped in that race against Bigger and Fleshman and Accolade. Finished 3rd in the grade 1 the day before against older horses. Got smacked around by Accolade. Yeah, I'm just not on Stargun. I don't think Stargun's going to get it done for me.
Second, third, sure, maybe. I think this race can get it done. Accolade to 12, 0 for 3 at the distance, 0 for 5 on yielding, 3 for 29 lifetime. Not gonna pull my leg to get me in that one, I don't think. Did have a solid third last time out. Fourth, second, 10, 6 and a max. Second, 7. So he's been running in the big races. Seconds and thirds, no wins. And I don't think you're better than the off-pref Charlie Chaplin or Sol Khaleesi. Prickly Pear, the last one in the race. It's not going to catch me. You're not going to catch me on this one. 3 tries at 10, a win in a second. 5 tries on yielding and a win. Tried its hand at graded stakes last time out, got smacked. Tried its hand down here in a grade 3, got fucking smacked in the mouth. Tried its hand in a grade 2 back here, got smacked in its teeth. I don't know where else you can get. You can get smacked in the head, but there's no other race you get smacked in the head at. So with that said, Charlie Chaplin's likely going to be the money favorite, and if that's the case, I'm going to just flip my coin and go with Sol Khaleesi in this race. 49 seconds till this race starts. 5 minutes until the picks close here. Charlie Chaplin is the odds-on favorite. I will be taking my business to Sol Khaleesi. Good luck to Big Earn. Damn, they already juiced the fucking place in show pool. I'm not going to go heavy. Just in time. Perfect exactsies. I will check with chat right after this race, and I know I went on a little tangent. Let me see if I can scroll. I want DRF to buy me or PFL to just hire me. Either one works. Yeah, the forms are very clutch. Most still use MJ tool. Yeah, that's fine. I got spoiled. I don't remember where I always remember where you came from. I often, I think it was last week I had to go back to the MJ tool because the forms weren't working for a little bit because whatever they fucking updated on the site messed them all up. But I went back and used it last week, and I can still sling that son of a bitch around. So if I have to go back to that, I will, but I'm not going to be happy about it. Yeah, Taco uses on Wednesday. We all use them. That's the thing. So, yeah, it's definitely a no-brainer, and we discussed it before the game even went live. You were tweeting about it, and then you did it, and then you finalized everything, and you've literally been building up for 16 fucking seasons. That really upsets me that the team's not helping with that shit. Like that's actually irritating, if anything. Like that is definitely a grab the fucking pitchforks kind of ordeal for me. And I like a good witch hunt. We won't call it a witch hunt. It's more of a justice hunt. McLovin, if you go back on my YouTube page, I don't do a formal breakdown of it, but also I guess you can wait till Friday and if Mo does it. But if you go back to my old videos and like the first, I would think maybe in season 6, 7, I think I was still using the MJ tool. I basically go through it on what to do, how to do it, when you got to do it, but yeah, no, we did go through Eraser's Edge. That's the issue. And they stopped. That tool was fucking beautiful, and then they just outright stopped. What the hell's going on here? Fucking Sasha Colby, obviously. I said Said it was gonna happen. Y'all should have just did that instead. We got fourth in that one. Constitution finished third over top of us. That's fine. We can give one back. Yes, fucking Sasha Colby shouldn't have won that race. But it is what it is. You got to do it. You know what I mean? Whatever works to get it done. Like, but that's the ignorant thing. It's just irritating if they're not willing to help. Like fucking third. I know they said it. They came out and said they don't want to help third-party tools, but fucking A, man. Something like this that's clearly valuable to the site, yet disgusting. Yeah, I mean that's the downfall too, but still, yeah, $300-400 a month plus something. It's just something like. And I do remember seeing in the content creator thread that you posted some shit like that, but likely because there may be something with the other sports book. We'll say I believe Ian has ties to DK, so just from that kind of eyes and ears looking at, I feel like that's a reason why FanDuel would not be on the ticket. Yeah, get that free roll money, you know? Yeah, well, that's the other thing, too. If team members are going to use them on streams, then to me, fucking help. Like, help. I mean, they could easily just drop anonymous donations into the thing. That doesn't mean they're on the payroll. Yeah, hopefully. Donation link on site is right here. Scroll to the top, support PFL forums, copy one of the addresses, and do a little senderooski. I feel like that's a lot more money and effort, honestly. Maybe that's something for the suggestion thing. No, they do. They actually, the name of the app is DK Horse. I'm not putting hope into any of this stuff. It's like, if they want to do it, I guess they can do it, kind of deal. Fucking 10-1. Who in chat had Sasha Colby? I demand to know. Nobody had place in show. They just hammered the win. At least 4K from out of town. Yeah, that's because they're partnered with NYRA, and NYRA is part of the FanDuel cycle. Oh my God, Mo's rich. Mo probably has 1,080 Derby on Big Earn to smash. I mean, the fact that they got the advertisement in the digital racing form is pretty good. So that's like a huge plus. Only a couple of them we walked to the window right away. Only a couple of them. We had one on making the grade, and that one was that was free money. 9-1 they let me have, and we won the race too. 14K pot, and we got like 15K back on the. No, I don't think it's the physical. I don't think it's the physical programs. It's only the digital ones, I believe. So like when you buy a digital racing form off of DRF, at the top, kind of how you have our stream links on it. You have our stream links at the top. It has the daily racing, or not daily racing form. It has photo finish live, blah blah blah, QR code, XYC. Maybe I don't know how long they had it for. I know a couple weeks ago it was on there. Obviously, it could have been a 1 month thing because I assume you have to pay. You pay monthly for those things, so maybe they didn't have it up there for more than a month at a time or something. I don't know. These are all above me questions that I cannot seek answers to. What the fuck race is this? Picks close in 2 days. All right, well, let's see why this horse has $10 million on it. All right, they're all first-time starters. Perfect. The race is soft. Left dirt, soft. All right. So there's 2 soft horses. The 3 is taking 15K more than the 2. S- went to an A+. Is this a fucking inbred horse? It is a fucking inbred horse. All right, direct inbred, perfect. A, S-, gave an S-, perfect. Grapes makes sense. S- to A+, gave this. None of these horses ran. Yeah, dude, it's fall stable inbreeding, but also like when people win giveaways, they're actually giving away inbreds to these people. So it's like it's cool. All right, it's cool they're giving horses away, but it's kind of shitty that you're giving out inbred horses to people to start their stables with. But again, free is free, so you can't really complain about it. If you do complain about free, you're basically an asshole. So I'll complain for you. A+ stamina, A+ stamina. Does that lead me to believe that this horse should be the favorite? I imagine this is another ball stable. Yep, obviously. None of them ran. Perfect. Love to see it. Perfect. No race records. Love it. 2 minutes to the race starts. Are these 2 non-ball stable horses? No. A+. All right, we're taking A+ to B+. All right, what's going on here? Getting A's. Going to Samurai. Stamina, okay. Finish, okay. Temper, okay. All right. It's nice to see that none of these fucking horses have ran. Love it. All right, this was a good one. What about Donnie? All right. Oh, Maruchin. Who's that? That's me, baby. All right. I might throw a little sprinkle on little Donnie Baker. Because these two fucking horses suck. And I know they're soft preference horses on a soft track. But I'm just gonna put my futures. I'm gonna put my futures in right now. Fuck it. Why not? That's not financial advice. I do not recommend anyone else follow that play. Good luck to everyone in this race. Good luck, Mo. Hopefully you get your get some pennies out of it. Get some dollary dues. What do we need? We need a 5th place for min cash. 5th place to get half back. 4th place to get full back plus a point. Good luck. Damn, we're looking good there. I thought we were gonna wire the field. We slowed down a little bit. Fucking shitty star gun. No, it took it away from me. Who the fuck was the 7th? Ha. Wimbledon turf. Team wins that one. Team gets that one. Ugh. Last time this horse won a graded stake was April 25th. Yeah, I know. That's too much work for me, though. We're not about doing the. In case you haven't noticed, there is no stream layout. No, none of that shit. We don't work around here, right? We hit go live, and that's how we do things. That is exactly how we do this. Son of a bitch. What the fuck is it? Charlie Chaplin had a good third. Big third. 11-7-9. What? Who got the point? Fifth on Saturdays pays $1,000, $800, something like that, $600. Fifth is nice. 11-7-9-12. Big earn fifth. Yeah, halfback plus some crown, right? No, that's not a lot of crown. That's some dog shit crown. There is no more good crown anymore. Fledgmont ran third. All right. Yep, going clear. The horse that had no business being anywhere near the podium obviously gets to the podium. Team wins all that. Oh, no, didn't get there. The seven, I feel like wasn't going to be strong enough to get there. Yeah. Has a G3 win way back. Whatever. It'd be like that. What race did I miss of my own? Also, where did I finish in that shitty allowance? This horse had no chance. Last. Yep. Easy last. Come on, 3K claimers. All right. I mean, probably smart, but you definitely didn't sprinkle. I know you didn't. Mo hates sprinkle second and third. All right. We can get this fucking horse to get a win. Starts her career off with a second and hasn't touched the podium. Sniffed the podium. And 7 starts. I'm a cheap fuck, which goes back to the I don't need a program when I go to the races. That's my favorite. Oh, that's nice. I don't do place and show because I'm cheap, but I also don't buy the program because I don't need that shit. All right, I'm going halfway through. I got one of these white horses. Sorry, grays, but mine's not doing too fucking much. Yeah, again. Shitty foals she's been producing. Not good breeding. But also the first two, I don't know. Jimmy Squarefoot was a fucking punt. I don't remember what I bred that fucking horse with afterwards. Misfire. Little misfire. No one bred with this horse. I didn't think it was that bad. Shitty race record. The stats I need though, that's the only thing that mattered to me. The S plus speed and S plus start to fucking level this goofball out with her A start and A speed. Yeah, Jimmy Squarefoot fucked this horse up big time. We leveled up stamina to S minus, and then we lost. Speed stayed the same. Start went down to A. S plus finish. That doesn't do too much if we ain't got no speed to go with it. So hopefully we get a little bit from Misfire, and then we can go elsewhere from there. Pictures fall off. See what happens. All right. We got Scoop Slam there. I don't think there's anything else to discuss. Oh, I have a race. Oh, claims ended. I'll stay live for this race. I'll stay live for this race, and I'll check the right dirt stable. And when that race is done, I'll probably cut it off. So if y'all got any questions or anything you want to look at, drop them now or forever hold your peace. And while you're forever holding your peace, you follow Mo on Kick. Do you still stream from Twitch or no? Let me do this the right way. Let me go out and get. Yeah, Mo's nose. Mo's noses. Copy this is. Follow Mo on Twitter, and I think you can access both of his streaming utensils from there. Kick, Twitch, YouTube potentially. go do that. And on your way out, again, if you're new here and you're into this kind of stuff, hit the follow button. I'll be here Mondays and Tuesdays. We've got a hot horse in the barn, so we might be doing a little bit more streaming because of majors and big races. The big girl Shabuzi is going to have a lot of star. So I'm gonna put the spotlight on this girl for a little bit while we can. But we're definitely going to be streaming whenever she's in these big races. It might only be for that. It might be like the half hour. It might go live half hour before the race just to have it on documentation and then go from there. But yeah, definitely going to be streaming her races. I think we're on one here. I think we're definitely on one here. I know it's usually not us, but we treated ourselves. Again, the storyline with this fucking horse is going to be great. Because this would have never happened if we didn't win the Harbor Classic with Minka. Minka paid for the Morpheus breed. Morpheus breed was like $90K or some shit. So fucking expensive. $96K total for our Morpheus breed. But again, she paid for it. But this is the reason that we did this breed. Because if JPJ can do this with just a regular Gen 0, then why not just find the strongest one we can go to and try and see if we can do one better. So we went to Morpheus, and it so far has paid off. 11 tries, 3 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. And she just put up her biggest fleet so far, and it was a 4th in the 21K entry. And we just got beat. Just got beat for second, I think. So definitely a big fan of this little girl going forward. I think the Rising Stars. When the fuck is the Rising Stars stakes? Oh, it's Thursday. Oh, it's tomorrow. No, Thursday. Well, fuck. Yeah, Thursday. All right. Well, this is where we're going after this race. She runs tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. and then she's getting put into this race right after. So we're going to be running in here. She's a 1-star soft, but I don't think that's going to matter because the way the trajectories work, 20% will go to yielding. That's how I am to understand the weather in this game. So we'll be good. But yeah, we're gonna go into this race, and if I assume we'll get in. I'll probably stream and then cut it off after the race. Yeah, gonna stream that one. She's gonna be. I'm fucking excited. Again, if it comes down to it, we gotta keep her for breeding. We'll keep her for breeding. But if someone also wants to buy that bitch, woo, she gone. She gone. Can't imagine this race went any good at all. I cannot imagine it. Who do we have? Noche. We have 2. All right, we're getting the weight taken off. Oh, perfect. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. Zook has his. Zook also went to Can. I think his hits the track next month. I don't know what the hell it was though. I don't know what he did. I don't know what the breed was at all. But yeah, we're definitely gonna go. Yeah, Thursday. It is Thursday. I thought it was Saturday. I didn't think it was a Thursday. I forgot they. I know they moved it to the 3rd week, but I didn't realize that it was an actual Thursday. But yeah, I'm probably gonna shoot live for 30 minutes for that and then jump off. Got to record that kind of shit. I asked Zook Saturday. I said, "You want to go live for this race Saturday?" He's like, "Nah, we gotta do it off stream so that way people don't think it's rigged for us." Guess it didn't really matter, did it? She fucking won anyway. And it was a fast time too. That was a very fast time. It was very promising. All right, you gonna podium at all? No. There's another one. Anyone looking for RDF, yo? I might do that then. I might jump up for that too. I gotta see if Zook's around or not. No, Zook's not around, so I'll be solo actually. So maybe I will. Get up for third, girl. No, fourth is such kick in the nuts. Honestly, I didn't even expect a fourth out of you. For real. Carrying 120. I mean, these are some bad fucking horses. 125 is slower than molasses. Shout out Latuda, point shaver. Nah, Zook's going to he's fucking rich. He's going everywhere. He bought game 7 tickets with the money we won from that race. What the hell is he? Where's he going? He's going to some concert. He's going to see the Rolling Stones because I quote, no, I'm going to see Rolling Stones because I'm a king, end quote. Yeah. So he's going to see the Rolling Stones. So he won't be around. So maybe I will just jump up. I mean, your stuff's also recorded too. I gotta see what I want to do. I don't like intruding. You and Fib got your own chemistry. I think I just fucking that's like mixing a perfect cocktail and then taking 151 and just throwing that shit right in there for no reason. Sometimes it doesn't work. I would say y'all go together like 151 and grapefruit juice, which was my favorite drink back in my teenage years. I gotta get something to eat. And this bum ass horse too, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Hopefully it does something. Yeah, it's just backwards. What a bad crop, man. The right dirt stable has been. I kept 2 out of 5 racers. I sold 3. The 3 that I sold have all gone on to win multiple races. The 2 that I kept haven't won a single fucking race. It's so irritating. So fucking irritating. All right, later, Liberty. Thanks again for putting, just dead shit to bed. All right, well, fuck this horse. These run tomorrow afternoon. Well, here's the thing, Mo. When you breed 5 horses a month and you only get 1 filly and 4 colts, it's pretty easy to sell these horses. We've had some bad rolls the last few months with the colt to filly ratio. We've not had a good time. I will say that. But when I sell the horses that I do sell, if they end up winning for everyone else, I think that's better anyway. That just means I'm good at selling the ones that are races and good at keeping the ones that are shit. And honestly, I'll tell you this right now. I know prices are bad now, but a week before this last season started, I sold those horses and I actually got pretty good dollar for them. And it was 2 RDF colts for 40K each, and then I sold a RTF colt from Space Vibes for 65, which was fucking crazy. I did not expect that. What's making the grade this week? Left turf. Do we have a left turf rein? 6 furlongs. That's not that one. 9 furlongs. I mean, a big old bowl of cereal when I get done here. See, you did it, dude. You went down with Joker to get. Oh, it's fucking. I bought a filly like that too, where they took an S- filly to an A They went through an A and ended up with an A plus, but Jesus Christ. Claim for 20, claim for 30, right back. Sold for 40. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, it's an A plus. Does it have? I guess it might have breed value. I don't know. It should. I would think. Not bad for $10 at all now. Yeah, not bad for $10 at all. All right, Skittle Me Timbers. Well, this is your average 20K claimer now. 2 S's, 8 S minus, and 2 A plus. Skittle Me Timbers is likely cooked in this race. It's unfortunate because I didn't much mind him so much. He won his first race out, but not done anything since. Not done anything since. Oh, my stomach. I can't wait to have cereal. Yeah, right. I gotta fucking get my shit together. I don't know why I bought RTF mares. I have 2 RTF mares and LTS mare. But the LTS mare... Oh, I'm gonna fucking retire a horse, I think. I think I might retire a horse after this. You want to talk about ultimate decline? My A completely shit the fucking bed. This horse started off hotter than... I mean, me and young Marty been running against each other for a handful of weeks now. All right, McLovin, take it easy. Catch you next week. We'll look after this race. But yeah, this horse had a great 2- and 3-year-old season. Its 4-year-old season, when did it start? Monday the 29th. 29th. 4th, 2nd, 11th, 11th, 5th, 12th, 10th, 11th, 11th. Prior to that, winning stake. Wins the big stake. Third. Win. 4-year-old just completely fell off, so I think I'm just going to retire. I don't fucking care. I'm not going to waste time running it anymore. And I might use it in-house. Yeah, the wall on that horse is just nuts. Like, literally, the start of the season, at the start of the season, this horse was like plus 14K in profit, I think. Winning the Making the Grade race was huge because that was like 14K on its own. So then it might have been up closer to 20, but now that it's literally punted the last 8 races, like punted. It's kind of just crazy how it works. Where the fuck is my horse at? Dead last? I have an A plus that was also start of the season was plus 14K, plus like 14 or 16K profit. Now it's down to like 3K profits. Just also hit a brick wall. Like, it's just crazy. Where the fuck is my shitty horse? Oh, dead last. Second last. Charging up the rail for second last. Yeah, what a fucking dog shit horse. Not fast enough, bro. Yeah. I wish this was a non-winners of 2 claiming 20,000. That would be cool. How many horses would be eligible? This one. I guess all of them would be. Never mind. This race fucking sucks. These horses are ass. But yeah, 7 outs done. Yeah. 7 outs literally lost like 8K this month in racing. Last week, here it is, the 14. Minus 25, didn't get anything. Minus 8, got that.
Like fuck, they've been like handicaps and shit, but yeah. This is an actual brick wall. And unfortunately I'm not gonna race it anymore, but I will use it for breeding. I will use this. Because I went out and specifically bought the B plus mare, Lorena Bobbitt, just to specifically breed with Minka each month. But this is Minka, except this is a shittier version of Minka, Franco. So if I'm already doing that, like, I'm already getting what I want. I wanted to get A's. Where'd she go? I need to get a colt. I got a colt. So it's essentially the same thing. Franco and Serenity Now, except Franco was a worse version of Serenity Now and had worse stats. Didn't have an S plus, had an S minus start and an A plus temper, where Minka had S's across the board and S plus stamina and S minus temper. So if this motherfucker came out of the gate profitable, then I can't imagine that its other foals are bad. But we'll see. I'm gonna retire this fucker now. Wonder what this reveal is gonna be. This probably moved up to A. This probably moved up to A. This probably moved up to A. Start maybe went to A minus. B minus heart maybe went to like B plus. B temper maybe A. We'll find out. Fuck you, horse. All right, B plus start. That's kind of nice. A plus, A plus, A plus. Jeez. I knew that was going to happen, but that's a fucking nice A. Yeah. The mother's start, stamina, and finish all boosted up. Heart and temper went to an A. That's fucking nice. And then B plus start isn't even bad like that. Honestly, B plus start is really not even bad like that. And the temper, having A temper is kind of juice too. Not having any minuses. Like, I'll take a B plus start. That's fine. You give me speed, stamina, and finish to start out. All right, let me see. Where's fucking... Now I got to do some math inside my head with my mare. Where you at? Beesh. Lorena Bobbitt has B plus start. That's fine. So if I take Lorena Bobbitt there, A minus temper, B plus everywhere else, that's going to be a hell of a router, I think. It's not even stretching it's B plus to A on heart. It's not even that much of a stretch. A minus and A, it's not even that much of a stretch. B plus to A plus across the board here. It's not even bad like that. B plus, B plus. We might get a... I guess the one thing that would like really piss me off is if I got an A plus. But if I didn't get an A plus going to Minka, then maybe I get like an A minus. Very kind of sweet. All right, yeah. So that's the little projects we got now. Doing little shitty B plus projects. I do have this one to add to the stable also, which I got for free out of Lorena. So this one will be another one I can take to either Minka or 7 Out. Dope, sweet, awesome, cool, great, grand. I'm gonna run an ad. Thank you everyone for being here. Mo, thanks for chilling. I'll let you know about Thursday. I might just jump on with you, tilt off, and then leave. But yeah, we'll get back to it next week. Ad is running. See y'all next time.